Oh, hey, Tsunami. Prez, if you want to be on my board, you want me to drop my green screen so I can make sure that I put your name on the board. Hold on. Huh? Prez came in your live. I ain't saying that was the first time. His first time in your live, that wasn't his first time in your live. But in that one single live alone, when he came in your live, when you were in my house, he jumped over T. So when T was in your live last night, he still didn't jump over Prez. Oh, hell no. We can't have that. We cannot have that. Because I don't know Prez yet. So I gotta make sure that, you know what I'm saying, I can trust Prez with me. Prez, can I trust you with me? Because you just quit on me just like that. See? Okay then. Well then feel that way then, nigga. Feel that way. Feel how you feel, goddamn it. No, I don't give a fuck. Get out your feelings, nigga. He said it's over, then fuck it. I feel some motherfucking type of way. How about that? I feel some type of way. So how about you want to be in competition with somebody? Be in competition with him on my board. How about you be in competition with him on my board and let him get on her board? And we're going to see who gets the highest on each other's board. How about that? How much you going to be in competition over there? Oh, your ass in the comments. Okay, let's go with it and see what happens. I'm already top 3 on your board, 5. Oh. I'm already top 3 on your board. Like, come on now. Whatever, Prez. You know what, Prez? Prez, you give up too motherfucking easy for me. Because I like a man that's going to fight for me. He ain't supposed to give up like that. Sister, use the panel for me. Let me Okay, Prez.
So for that one, I'm gonna look at either 26 or 29. So scroll down. Okay. So and see if they ask for credit or they have to pay it back. First and foremost, realize that me being at the top of your board, being your number one fan or supporter or whatever, that's slight change that I tried to get to the top.
Exactly.
For real.
Exactly.
Secondly, understand that I'm giving off the love, off the strength. I really don't be giving niggas like that. I do seriously business. This app is about making money. If it's not making for money, then it don't make sense. Period. So understand that any gift that I'm sending out is out of goodness of my heart. Period. So change that to my doing. Go ahead. Lisa will tell you. She'll tell you.
I want you to see that boy back there that's clicking. You see that boy back there blinking? Hold on. You see that boy back there blinking? Hold on. Let me make sure it turn on. Hold on.
Go check your inbox. Go in your inbox and check the damn much of phone. Appreciate you, bro. I like the type of life. Thank you. Exactly. My brother said, what, Lisa? How you go from? Oh, you know what they did? Okay, so here. Okay, because I'm a ego.
Oh, okay.
So what they do is they give you 5 minutes temporarily, so that they can review, or no, they give you 10 minutes temporarily so they can review the footage, and then after they review it, they give you an actual band. So normally it's 10 if nothing go wrong, but if after the 10 minutes is up and they reviewed it and they realize that whatever you did broke it, the guidelines a different type of way, then they give you a longer amount. So you probably did something that was worth a 1 hour ban, but they only, they gave it a 10-minute temporary so they can review everything. Yeah, she got an hour.
Well, okay. Whatever.
Yeah, she got an hour.
Listen, I'm new in this shit. And the relationships that I build or make, it's all good. I understand it's a fucking app. So if y'all getting y'all motherfucking emotions and you feel however you want to feel, then it is what it is. But you gotta understand the individual that I am. I am a motherfucking beast. I'm a beast. Exactly. But guess what? I'm such a motherfucking go-getter, and I'm such a beast that I'm a beast at everything that I do. So everything that you say just only motivates me even more. So keep talking shit, because the more that you talk, the more I'm gonna go harder. So I appreciate you for motivating me. That part. And I'm talking shit and I ain't got shit. And I'm still talking shit. That part. You see that, boy? I want to put your name on there, Press. Oh, you are my top gifter now. You want me to put your name up there right now? You see it? You want me to put your name right there? Tell me. Tell me and I'll do it. Tell me and I'll do it right now, Press. Tell me what you want me to do. My name should be up there because I am the top gifter, period. Okay, well, I'll put your name up there. But you're gonna have to maintain that spot though. Cause I hate keep erasing and add new people. And this is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna do some business together. Exactly. Well then that's what's up. But you're gonna have to maintain your spot, sir. So when I put your name up there, I want you to stay up there. So when other people come in here and I talk shit about you, they gonna have to be trying to fight to get where your name at. But you're gonna have to be always making sure that's what it's supposed to be, is what I'm saying. I mean, here's what I'll say at the end of the day. Again, I have no issue sending gifts every now and then. But you feel me? And I know you're gonna come back and show love to your people, but I do big business. I'm doing 10 box trades. You see what I'm saying? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you gotta make it make sense. Type shit. No, I'm new, and you gotta make it make sense to me, because that means I gotta trust you. Let's not get it twisted. First of all, I have to trust you. And let me tell you, the other wait. Give me 1 second. Cause I want okay, give me 1 second, y'all. Cause I want to make this shit clear. Because the reason why I talked about give me 1 second, Press. The reason why I talked about that other dude earlier and all that shit I talked, I want y'all to be clear about why I talked the shit that I talked. Because we came from an app where they was doing diamond trading and all that shit. They've been doing this shit. But guess what we decided? We gonna build our shit from the bottom to the top our motherfucking self. We ain't about to get into that shit. And we never did. Never fucking did. But we made a lot of motherfucking money. Even though we never traded not one fucking time with nobody. Nobody on the app. We didn't fucking trade. We built that shit ourselves. So all I'm saying is, I hear what you're saying, but you got to understand who I am. And I don't need to fucking trade to get where I can get. I'm trying to build relationships and I'm trying to be humble about it. But all I'm saying is, every fucking diamond that I ever got on the other app was off of the back of what Lisa said. People hard-earned money. They came in that bitch because they believed in me and they gave me their shit. And I ain't never owed nobody shit. And I made more money than the motherfuckers that was trading because they was broke. The numbers look good on camera. They look like $1 million, but they was broke. While all of my shit was profit. Because I ain't owe nobody. That's all I'm saying. So you got to convince me and tell me why I should do business with you. Because even on my other app, I ain't done business with no motherfucking body. And I done had the top streamers on the app coming that motherfucking drop $1 million in one motherfucking live. T gonna come in here and tell that shit. They drop $1 million on me in one live. Don't play with me.
To trade, I would have to be talked into it because I don't wanna make a whole my money and then I gotta send it right back. To me, that's just stupid. That's like I ain't making no fucking money.
Exactly.
If I could make more money just by genuine gifters and I ain't got to split it and trade it with nobody and I'm keeping on, then that makes more sense to me.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Fred.
Exactly.
So, couple things. I already said off jump that 65% of your quota, if you want to actually profit on this app, should be genuine gifting. However, we in two different calibers. Sweetness, I understand what you're talking about wanting to get the genuine love, and that's all real. You should do that. But if you're trying to hit the quotas that I'm hitting, that Lisa's hitting, that people that are making actual money on this app is hitting, then you're gonna have to do some bigger trades. You have to do business with people that actually got it. And what that looks like is you're gonna invest a little money on this app because you're gonna need people that you see. Like, so example, Nikki, you're trying to hit your first box. Every time I PK, I hit 12 boxes.
If you talking, we can't hear
Every
you.
single time. 12 boxes is 130,000 beans. Period. It's not a 40K quota. It's not a 20K quota. I'm hitting 800,000 bean quotas and higher. Period. And what that looks like is you're investing.
But how much when you hit that? How many boxes do you have to get back?
So when you're doing trades with somebody, you say, okay, I can see what Dragon during this PK. A Dragon is 10,000 beans, and I got you on your PK. How you do that is you're flipping your money. You're doing these PKs, you're maxing out so you can get rebates the following month. You use those beans that you get from the rebates. Those are technically free Dragons. You're free beans. The app is going to give you rebates that you don't invest in. So go ahead, I'll my sister. Because I know she want to add on to that. Thank you for the gift.
Hey, Lisa.
Correct. Nothing he's saying is wrong, and I get what y'all saying. Talking into trade. Like I told y'all, Nikki, when I was in Blank Face, I don't know if you was in there. My first few months on the app, I didn't pull nothing off, and I wasn't hitting nothing short of 170K. You see what I'm saying? I didn't pull nothing off. I didn't pull nothing off probably to my 5th month on here. Because if you want to hit a tier, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be up. Y'all already know sex sells. The people who eating on this bitch without trading gonna be the sexual girls that when you scroll, they on the heat list. And if you look at their numbers, they not really sending nothing out, but they getting paid by Bigo and they getting paid by the people who dropping on them. What that means is those people that drop on them, all that stuff that they receive, it stays in their wallet and it add up. They can cash out that and they cash out whatever the fuck Bigo get them for making that money, right? So in regards to trading on me, like, hey, you come throw on me, then next month I'm gonna come on and throw on you. It usually happens within the same month. However, it's done with the money that Bigo
So mommy, I'm sorry, you can get on here.
I don't have to put money on.
I forgot that I was actually on here because I'm on my other live. And I apologize. I forgot that I was on here with y'all too. See, that's the part I gotta get used to, going live on 2 platforms. Hey T baby. Sue mommy, you the only one in here with me, and I appreciate you.
And you was out here, I was like, okay, we don't got paid. And I saw you throwing some little gifts, and I was like, oh my God, I wish you would hold it because she got to do some PKs. Now, this is where it comes in at. You got so many different people. All of it. But you got so many different types of PKs, right? To the point that, like, you see these people.
I'm still waiting on the first cash out, so I'm like, I need to hurry up and cash this one out.
When you see these people doing these PKs, Bigo say, hey, you buying this person who got signing up for this type of player knockout. Whoever you got the win or lose where it's not.
I know you hear a whole nother combo. See, the other live that I go on, Sue Mommy, is Bigo, and you know what I'm saying. They got their own thing going on with the platform. And they're educating me because I left the other live that I was on. Well, I didn't leave it. I'm just not on there. And I'm on this platform. And now I'm doing stuff with this platform. Fuck it up, killer. Fuck it up.
I think the whole thing of this is, right? Because friends would give genuinely. he will do that. Even when he first came back, he dropped before he even became a host. He had to drop like maybe 5K or more throughout this app before he came back as a host. And people will see when you do that, they say, okay, he got money, he gonna show love. Let me come back and spin a block on his ass, right? When you do that, you really don't even have to come back out your pocket because it's like, okay, it's already paid for. Now if they want to network with me, we can network. What my brother is trying to say is that he just cannot be pouring out love because this money, these things that are in his wallet, they're actually. So now you just gotta go back in and plug your numbers. Like he networked. So the more he may send off to you and he's still thinking about, am I gonna show him back the same love that he showed me? He could be potentially taken out of the pocket of some other person that he networked with, but it wouldn't be nothing for him to play back on the app because he do got money. But I understand what y'all talking about. You're gonna have to, talk me into networking with you. If he can't talk you into do it, I ain't no pressure.
Right. Exactly. And so that's what I'm saying. I get it. So I get from the business perspective, Lisa and Prez. But I don't want him in here and not in here because this is not my live. This is Nikki's live. I'm just saying genuinely from my experience from even the other platform, which was POF, and I made a lot of money over there. And it's totally different because you don't need a host. You don't need an agency. You don't need shit. You click the live and yours is yours. But people trade and they do all that shit over there, okay? But once I realized what was happening, I did not want to be a part of that. And I used to show Nikki my bank account. I used to show her my motherfucking account with the money going in there. And I ain't owe nobody. And it felt good. But I get it. I don't mind doing it if it makes sense to me. So when I say convince me, I'm not saying that you gotta lick my crack to make me, but for real, it gotta make sense. Because like what Nikki was saying, I don't want the pressure of making money and feel like I'm working for somebody else and I'm working 10 times harder, but I'm not bringing in more. I'd rather be a free agent. And whatever's mine is mine. And however it comes. And it does come a little bit slower when you first start out. But if you got the right fan base and you tailor your live the right way, it can be done. And when people say it can't, they'll lie. Because I did it. I saw it done. And it can be done. And you can make hellified money without being a part of anything. No clicks or none of that. You can make money on anything. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying what y'all are saying is wrong, and I'm not against it. I'm just saying I know without a shadow of a doubt that I did it, and I wasn't part of nothing, and I made money because the people that gave to me off of their backs of the money that they worked for. They believed in me. I wasn't trying to sell them shit, and I didn't feel the pressure of I owe people, so I gotta get on here and do this shit. If I didn't feel like clicking the button, I didn't fucking have to, because I don't owe nobody nothing. But when you owe somebody something, you gotta motherfucking get on here even when you don't feel like it. And sometimes you ain't gonna feel like it. Life happens, and you don't want to get on this bitch. And I don't want to feel like I have to because I owe somebody some shit. That's what I'm saying, because my life ain't set up like that. This is not my life.
Go ahead.
No, I completely agree with all of that. But okay, I think you're missing what I'm really trying to say. What I'm trying to say has nothing to do. Here's my thing. If people want to come to me, and first and foremost, understand that I'm like what Lisa was trying to explain is that people that have been on this app, doing those higher tiers and stuff, they've already developed and created a circle or a network of people that they're doing business with already. Mm-hmm. So they're helping each other, get to those tiers already, period. Right? So when other people are trying to, you feel me, like I don't have to go out of my way to try to convince anybody if, I want to do business. If people want to get added to that, that pool or that circle or whatever that shit is, then we work something out. I agree with if somebody wants to be taken seriously, like I'm not doing no like 3 shields, 5 shields, that's not the type of business I look for. So if somebody wants to do business and that's all I'm doing, I'm not even paying that shit no mind because I'm looking at boxes. You see what I'm saying? So somebody that I would look for to do business is going to be able to trade 3 or 4 dragons at a time type shit. So I'm not going out of my circle to do business with somebody. So I'm not convincing anybody unless I know that that person's on the same page that I'm at and that I can trust that person to do proper business. Because at the end of the day, regardless of any of the friendships or connections we can make genuinely with people, this is an app to make money. And I'm all about making money. So what Lisa was trying to say is that, yes, I always give genuinely what people I fuck with type shit. But when I'm talking about big shit, dropping big shit, I'm not impressing nobody that I'm not doing business with because that's money that I'm investing in. This shit is an investment. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. And I totally exactly. And oh, she got us muted. She got us muted. Exactly. So I totally get that, and I totally respect that. I'm just saying, for me, it has to make sense. It makes sense to you because that's your business. So for me, because I mean, I'm not gonna put my personal business out here, but I'm not broke. So wait a minute, but I'm saying the money motivates me because I am a driven individual. Meaning I'm very competitive. It's sickening how competitive I am. So if I click on somebody's button and I feel like they making some shit and I feel like I can do that shit, I just want to do it because I know I can do it. It ain't that I need to do it. So let's just keep it 100 without putting my personal business out here. I'm not broke. I got money to invest in anything that I want to do. I just bought a motherfucking Range Rover to fucking rent out on Turo. You feel me? It's out in the motherfucking driveway. And I'm not boasting or bragging. I'm just saying that's me. I'm a business woman. I got motherfucking gas cards that equal up to $15,000 because I want to motherfucking have box trucks and trucks on the road. That's just me. So if it makes sense to me, everybody's going to want to do it because I'm going to tell them the model and I'm going to make sure and show them how to do it. But if I don't believe in it, I'm not going to tell somebody else to believe in it. So I'm not convinced yet because I'm still learning. So when I get convinced and it makes sense and the money adds up and the numbers is what they're supposed to be, then by all means, I would be a fool not to invest in it. But I'm not going to invest in it if it does not make sense to me. I'm literally sitting here at work working for the motherfucking IRS to the right of me while I'm on this bitch with y'all. I'm working.
I'm about to break it down real smooth. Real smooth. So when you see my name, you see right next to my name that little purple badge. Look at that purple badge real quick, right? It says SVIP3, right?
I can't. Oh, well, let me see. Oh, okay, I see.
Click the purple box real quick.
Okay.
Right? When you're on the purple box, click SVIP. And then when you click the SVIP, in the top right of that, you're going to see the little next to all, it's going to say SVIP. Yours might say 0. Click on that.
Oh, shit. Right? Mine will say 0. Wait a minute, but I'm lost right now. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, so click on your name.
It says not click on my name. Click on the purple box like you about to give somebody. And then go to SVIP.
Looking at the schedule.
Oh, okay.
On the schedule SC. So
and the upper right box, click where it says SVIP 0, right? It should take you to a chart and it says SVIP program. Do you see that?
You ready?
Mm-hmm. It says the certain levels.
Certain levels, right?
Yes.
I'm currently SVIP 3. So read the requirement to be SVIP 3. Last month I was SVIP 4. And I should have been
Okay.
SVIP 5.
Start back. So
Hold on, let me see, because it ain't giving a number. It just says 50, 150, like the SVIP points. So you're number 3 from the top.
Go to how to reach VIP. Look where it says how to reach SVIP. Right status, right? I was SVIP 3 currently. Last month I was SVIP 4.
Star, is your mic working?
Okay, I can't figure it out right now. So tell me. Well, okay. So listen, I want you to be clear when I say what I say. I'm not saying that you're not. I'm not saying you're not who you are, Prez, because I totally believe that you're who you are. But I also totally believe that even with those levels that you were speaking about, like you say, it was the relationships that you built that helped you get to those levels. It wasn't just.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, you talking about the gifting side. Okay. So listen, I totally.
I'm not even talking about the gifting side. To be SVIP, you have to recharge a certain amount and you have to send out.
Exactly. Okay, so now I get it. Thank you for clearing it up. So I totally understand your investment. No, I totally understand your investment. And I'm not saying, and I just want everybody to be clear. I'm not saying you're not who you are and who you proclaim, but you are. But what I'm saying is to each his own. Like I have the right to decide how I'm going to operate on this platform and who I'm going to build those relationships with, who I'm going to trust with my bag.
And I agree. I'm not saying you should choose that. Like, you don't want to decide that. But I'm saying if you're coming to me asking me to get higher on something, understand that I'm working a business. So I can definitely get you genuinely, but it's not going to be what you're looking for because I'm also doing business with people that are doing box trades. You see what I'm
right.
saying?
I understand. And I totally get it now. So whenever certain things don't happen, exactly. So now that I know that, then when I'm joking and saying, send me a dragon, I understand why I may not get one, because in your mind, it's a business thing and it ain't nothing personal. And I get that. And I'm going to respect that. But for me, if that's not the route, no, that ain't what I'm saying, Prez. I'm just using that as an example. I'm not saying that. I just threw that out there. So what I'm saying is, if that's the route that I decide not to take, then I'm going to be genuinely looking for the people that's working the 9 to 5, the hard earning people that say I fucks with sweetness and they just genuinely want to gift me because they're not doing that. And that's just what they doing. And if that's the way I decide to build, then that's the way I'm going to build. I'm not saying that's the route I'm taking, but if that's the route that I'm going, I got to respect when somebody got it, they ain't got it, they do, they don't. Because at the end of the day, when people really fucks with you, like what Lisa say, they'll take $5 a day and invest in you. And that little shit that people take for granted adds the fuck up. Because I have had people that worked at a car wash that wasn't making $10 an hour. They gave me hundreds of thousands of dollars, like, when it come to diamonds, gave me like $5,000-$10,000 in 6 months of money that they worked for and didn't even realize it, because they was giving me $5 a day of their lunch money to gift me, and that shit added up. So I'm just saying, I get it, and everybody plague as they plague, and I'm just saying, if I'm gonna take that route, I want to make sure that the pressure is real, because I don't want to be on here and I can't add up to what the fuck I pull out. And if I'm going to give somebody thousands of dollars of my money, I got to really trust you, because I can't reach out and touch you because we virtual. So if I'm trusting that you give, I give, that's some real deep trust right there. And I'm sorry, it ain't that many people in the metaverse that I trust on that level. It ain't nobody in the metaverse I trusting on that level. I trust people in the universe that are my family and friends, but in the metaverse, I ain't never just gave somebody my money I work for because I trust that that's how it's gonna be.
You don't get it. I mean, I agree. I don't also give out random strangers like my cheese, but a candy. So like Lisa, I've built a relationship with Lisa. I've known Lisa for a minute now.
Right.
Like on and off the metaverse site. So that is a person that me and her have done business together. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's somebody that I would be doing business with. I'm not doing business with any just old body. So I agree with you when you was like, you know, you got to make it make sense.
So
You need somebody to prove that the business that you're doing with them is going to be worth it. So I completely agree with you with that.
Right.
I'm just saying, you feel me? I completely agree with that. But I'm just saying that, like, you feel me? Trusting somebody for that,
and when you see
in
it
the
on
position that I am, it can't look like I'm giving and giving and giving because at the end of the day, I'm doing, you feel me? Like, I'm investing the cheese.
Right.
I can't just be giving and giving for somebody to potentially mess with me. I need to know that if I'm dropping this on you, it's going to, you know, be reciprocated.
Exactly.
So
and I totally get it because that's how I feel. The people that love on me, like literally you, Lisa, like I got a handful of people. I literally wrote the names down. When I had my audition, I did not forget the people that came in there and they showed me love. So my thing is, okay, I'm gonna give that love back genuinely because they didn't have to do it. But I still don't owe nobody because I'm gonna make sure Prez is good. Yeah, I wrote your name down. I wrote down Lisa, Prez, huh?
TCB Day, and then you got
Oh yeah, Big Watts. It was a lot of people. No, I know Big Watts. It was a lot of people that came in that I genuinely felt like showed me love. That I'm indebted to, even though I'm not, but in my heart, I'm indebted to. Y'all didn't tell me I was. Huh?
Yeah, no, see, like, that's what I was just letting know. Like, I'm not, so me, like, the position where I'm at on your board, I'm not losing no, okay, just to give you an idea, right?
And now the request went through.
I done already
So
reset
when
all
our
of my
status is over a
information
year
twice.
old, sometimes we
You see
have
what
to
I'm
put
saying?
that
So the
override
numbers
code.
that you see now,
And so the override code in some situations is R, in some situations is S. I'll have to
I
find
done
you
already
all
sent
that
out over a
earn,
million
so
beans.
you
I done
can
already
reverse it.
received over a million. You see what I'm saying? But
Now,
like, I
go back
reset
to
it
your
though.
sys page.
Because
Yes, you can share it,
start
Sue
to act a
Mommy, on
certain way.
Discord. I'm sorry.
And when you get to
Oh
your
no,
sys
I'm
page,
sorry.
you
my other app is up, and somebody asked could they share my live on something, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you can. But go ahead.
I was just saying, I reset my information already because people start to act funny when you get to a certain level. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? And at the end of the day, I'm still a down to earth, genuine ass nigga. You feel me? If I fuck with you, I fuck with you hard. Period. Pause.
Period.
You know, me being at the top of your board type shit like that, I don't do shit so that I can have people in my back pocket. I give you that genuine.
No, but guess what, Prez? What's your zodiac sign? Let me start there.
I'm a Scorpio.
Okay, so you're definitely fire and okay, so you're very assertive, and I get it. You're not doing it for that purpose, but when it comes to business, you're a beast. That's what I'm saying. So it's like me. I'm a motherfucking beast. So if I decide that I want to have an agency on this bitch, then everybody's gonna know who the Candy World is and who Sweetness is. And it ain't the boast or for me to get a pat on the back. It's who I am. It's for me. Because that's just me. I'm a motherfucking legend. That's me. And they can take it how they want to take it. But if I'm gonna be on your shit, I'm gonna be number one on your shit. Just like I was telling my daughter, I ain't even began yet. But I'm trying to always be number one on her shit just because that's where I want to be. So I'm gonna let people be motivated to do what the fuck they want to do. But when I decide to come through, I'm coming through. And that's just that. But that's my own personal agenda, my own personal plight. So if my plight is to be number 1, number 10, number 30 on this motherfucking app, and that's what my goal is, I'm gonna go for that shit till I reach it. Cause that's me. It ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. Stay the fuck out my way because I'm coming. I'm coming through. Excuse me, I'm coming through. Because whenever I set my mind to some shit, it ain't got nothing to do with affirmation, confirmation from anybody. It got something to do with me and what's inside of me. That's just me. It sounds sick or crazy, however y'all want to take it, but that's who I am. So I love being the underdog. That's why I'm talking shit and I ain't got shit on here because I want to do that. I want you to understand that I can talk that shit now because I know who I am. And if that's what I decide to do or be and I say it, mark my words, it will happen because I'm a manifester. It will fucking happen. That's all I'm saying.
No, yeah, I 100% agree with you. You feel me? I feel like we talk about the same thing for real.
Yes, we are.
You feel me? So
yes.
I never was in disagreement with you. I'm just saying like how I do, how I do what I do, it also has to make sense. You see what I'm saying? We both talk about the same. We both headed in the same direction. You feel me? Both are moving on whatchamacallit.
Yeah,
right.
On the same shit, just on a different side of the coin. That's all it is.
Facts.
We were gonna capture the.
But you and I need to talk off of here because I need to be clear on a lot of stuff. Because I ask a lot of questions because I'm very analytical. So I wanna be clear. I want to be clear on what direction I need to go and why I need to move in that direction. Because like I say, I have supporters which are technically blind investors that if I say, hey, this is what we doing and this is what I need you to put in and I'm gonna make sure you straight, even though you're a silent investor, you're not going live on the app, you're only an investor and I'm gonna give you a certain part of whatever you invest back and the numbers and everything makes sense and I say that's what it is, then that's what they gonna fucking do. But it gotta make sense to me. I cannot convince somebody when I'm unclear and I'm not. I gotta be clear about the picture. And right now this is new to me and it's a lot of stuff happening on here. So I'm like, oh God. So it's almost like going to school, like me learning how the IRS system works. It's a whole beast. I work for the World Bank. So I had to learn how to work for the World Bank. Huh? Oh, killer. But it was the same thing. It was like this. Whenever I got this motherfucking FEMA badge. And these motherfuckers was like, oh my God, you work for the feds. You got a motherfucking federal badge. That shit wasn't easy to get, but I needed to understand the importance of me getting this shit. For me to have that chip. And for these motherfuckers to monitor me no matter what the fuck I do and where I go and who. And I not only got one federal badge, I got two. But for me, it was important for me to get it because guess what the method of the madness was? I'm a business owner. If I get in with the feds, I can get the government contracts easier because they're gonna give it to the people that are already in the door. So it wasn't that I wanted to be a government employee. It's to help my business.
We are once again here today to talk about Lil Durk and NBA YoungBoy. A lot of people thought the whole beef was just going to blow over.
Exactly, Sumami. So the whole point of us getting anything that we get, it has to be a purpose or a method to your madness or why you do what you're doing, what you're doing.
Durk's theories about NBA YoungBoy snitching to get a leg up on competition, it's likely that there's a lot more going on. Just a quick recap on where this stuff all comes from. YoungBoy and Durk are both known for being ride or die with their hoods. When associates get involved, the whole web can start to beef. That's pretty much exactly what happened here. King Bonds passing pretty much sent the whole industry into a downward spiral, and it did much worse to O-Block. It also
I know, Sumami, I love it. It opened up the door for a lot of things with me. So I love it.
Did it come up? Because my screen still is on where you gotta click work sys inventory.
It's still
okay.
But that's why some of the things that I do is because I understand the method to the madness of what I'm doing, y'all. I promise you I do. I'm gonna go run to the restroom and I'll be right back.
We gonna see the adjustment made.
DJ, it's
Make it a little bigger for me.
I know.
You can hit that square and it'll fill up the whole screen. Yeah. Okay, so the first thing you see now is a credit up here. Were they getting a refund or did they have a balance? Page up for me. Let me make sure this adjustment went through right. I thought he was saying he had a balance. Did he say he had a refund?
He had a balance.
You got your phone in there, DJ, or what?
He had a balance. He paid that money, right? It was a payment for 3 something on the account, right?
Right.
Okay, let me make sure we didn't miss nothing.
DJ, I thought you was in the bed. No. If you don't come in this bed.
Give me 1 second, I'm logging in.
Huh?
Hey,
Leave it. Sit down. No, okay. I know, I'm talking to the dog. Sit down, come on. I know, baby. Because Miss Johnson asked about you today. Come on. See, I had to move your stuff over because she was on your shit. See why she looking funny? When you sleep, you see your rifle, she be scooping. You know she got to reach. Give it here. Give it away. You think you sleep slow. We watching. Tell her we watching. Turn around, tell her. You show them. Tell her.
I'm not watching.
Say I'm watching. Tell her. No, see? She wants you to tell her. Tell her. No, do not look like you got sick. No, look at her and say, I'm watching. Come on, let's do it together. DJ, come on. See? Now she looking like it's just me. You ready? We watching. DJ, see how she's still standing up thinking it's me. See? And now she
Yeah,
quiet.
that's
You
on the
ready?
refund.
Breathe.
If you go back and look at the tax return, it's on line
See?
22, the amount wanted refund.
She think it's me. No. You ready, DJ? We watching. Lay down. We
See
watching.
ya.
No. See, you can't do that. No, you was going sympathize. Okay, go let me see. Oh, you too fast. Lay down.
Let me know
Lay
when you
down.
see it, so.
B, lay down. Watch me do it. Look. Lay down. Lay down. Down. Lay down. Lay your butt. Lay your butt down. Lay down. See? Now, see?
See how I say a refund? The amount you owe is line 20. Refund is line 22.
Give me this phone. No, for real.
All right, so that I can get some participation from the class. Since we thought this was a balance due and it's a refund, what did we not do that we should have done when we came to put in this adjustment? Started, you know?
To my checklist, it must have been something I skipped.
Well, you just looked at the case wrong. You thought it was a balance due instead of a refund, so you omitted something. And when you go to your checklist, you'll see. Anybody in the class now? Give me a red X if you don't know, a green check mark if you do. Go towards the bottom of your checklist. Stop.
Oh Lord, red X if you don't know, green check mark if you do. Hold on. I'm gonna say red X.
Right in the complete adjustment. Okay,
Yes,
so
they
we talked
do.
about if it's a refund, we're gonna put something on there so they can get interest. If it's a balance,
Yes, so like with my social media, Sue
go
Mommy.
ahead,
Oh,
Terrain.
Sue Mommy
Well, that's
may
what I
not
was
be in
saying
here no more.
earlier, but then you said when she asked you to try to put, you said no. So that's why I'm like, oh, maybe I was wrong.
We thought it was a balance due,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
but you were right. You should have came on the mic and said, Renee. Just like Jerome said, it's break. You should say Renee.
You gonna throw that in his face, huh?
all night, Jerome. And plus, I ain't gonna get to you tonight. Can't wait till tomorrow.
But because I'm learning, I was kind of thinking like, well, maybe I thought.
Hello?
it was
I got banned for Big O for being in your live.
Why?
Cause it say I violated Big O Live's community standards, Class B.
Did you try to go live?
Yeah, and it won't let me go live. I was kicked out of your live, and I was like, why was I kicked out? It told me I was banned, and I ain't did shit. You was playing that music on the thing with the video.
Hold on, I'm gonna go live. I'm talking to Kimmy. Hold on.
But I'm like, how the fuck it banned me?
I'm not bothering you. I'm just playing with you. You better point.
I'm about to go live now. I'm trying to see if they let you come in there.
No,
They
it's
gave you a
just.
time limit?
Okay. So,
Oh, let's see. Big O Live is a positive and healthy platform for talent show and social networking. Is highly prohibited to unsue and infringe on other honors and interests of any countries, whatever. I ain't do that shit. It is highly prohibited to have any speech or behavior, pornography, gambling. I ain't do that. When you live streaming, please wear appropriate clothing. I ain't do that because I got on Big O shirt. All positive users will respect our community. I didn't violate that. Users may request an appeal. I'm gonna request a goddamn appeal because I ain't do shit wrong.
And so if you ever make an adjustment and you
This shit is crazy. I clicked the video because I thought they banned you because I say because it clicked me out your live, but I thought it was because you was playing. Because when you start playing that video of that stuff that happened to old boy, that's when it kicked me out.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I'm banned.
Because it wasn't me. It told me it just clicked me out of your shit.
Oh, it say you have been banned from broadcast, but mine only say 1 minute.
Yeah, that must be what's left. But initially it was longer.
That was just 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, so it must have been for 5 minutes. But either way,
I ain't never seen them do it for no 5 minutes.
Well, they banded us, and I'm like, I ain't do nothing. I was in there looking. I'm like, I was in there looking at your line. So how in the hell I get? So I'm like, how in the hell I get banned off of your stuff, and I'm just a guest in there.
Oh no, I'm finna lie. Hold on.
Okay, y'all, I'll be right back.
Say torn up. Yes. So it tore all that up. Now tomorrow when we come in here, it'll be clear. So tomorrow, first thing we're gonna do is put in Star's adjustment. Because now it's giving them the $395 refund. Tomorrow is gonna be back to zero because we tore up what we did today. We're gonna redo it and we're gonna leave that amended claim date, and they're gonna get the interest that they are entitled to. Everything we did in the case was right, except we left off that amended claim date. All right, so everybody gonna get on the mic. Angela, how did you feel about this case? Where did you get lost, or were you okay?
Well, you know I stay lost. Renee, you know I stay lost, but then I get back on track.
So you
I was looking for a balance, but then I'm like, wait.
Yeah, see, the screen was little over here, so I couldn't see when I opened it up myself.
Oh, okay. You know, I'm paying attention now. I'm ready for my overtime.
I know that's right. And you know I didn't miss mine. Okay, Brian, how did you feel?
And make sure tomorrow you tell them it was because you've been sick.
Mine is kind of similar to. I have a 1040X. It was similar, but
You heard me?
how do you pull up the calculator?
Go to AMS, and on the left hand side it'll say ACA tools towards the middle or towards the bottom.
Okay.
And then once you click on ACA tools, you can click on the 8962 PTC calculator. And then you're gonna do just what Star did. Plug them numbers in to make sure they're legitimate. And if they are, we're gonna move forward with the adjustment.
Okay.
So you will go tomorrow after Jerome, since it's another ACA.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Cassandra, how you feeling?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. But I'm okay, I guess. I understand the hospital close the case.
Okay. So I'll work with you tomorrow while the group is working. We'll do that together. Right, your back down. Okay.
Put the phone down.
All right, Denise.
Hey, sweet baby.
Okay, so you were able to follow along?
Yeah, I'm going to follow along.
Okay, what about your case? You know I've been out the loop. How you been doing on your cases?
With mine, I'm thinking I'll probably be ready to see what's going on. I just need to I need help with, where am I at with it right now? I have an ASTED issue.
Okay, so you just got your ACA.
I wasted all my time Friday doing like all of this research because I'm thinking like, okay, I'm about to go. I'm about to go ahead and do these adjustments, and then I couldn't.
Hey, sweet baby. I'm sorry I wasn't in here.
Yeah, I really could tell instead of doing all of that, but.
And then does it fall in the checklist early? I don't have my checklist up. Do it tell you to check statute issues?
Yeah, it does. So I'm like,
oh, so mommy, I love you, girl.
I'm kind of feel glad.
You a motherfucking ride or die. I wish you could be my box buddy when I be doing all this shit. I wish you could come on my big old live too.
That's how you gonna be on your research tab. Like you made this.
Like my daughter was just on the big old live, and I think her live.
Right.
Okay, so you pretty
Yeah,
good.
you
Good
can get
looking
in the
for
box. Let me
sex.
see. It ain't letting you in the box. Let me
Okay.
click
Okay, Emerald.
I may have to pause for a minute because my job is asking us
Put your
questions.
name up here. Do you know what you're struggling with? Like just getting started or
Oh no, I fully understand how to get started. I guess it's implementing.
So y'all can definitely get in the box.
okay,
If I
yeah,
have to
okay,
mute
that's
you, it's
perfectly
because
fine.
my job is asking me a
That's the
question.
main issue most times.
Because we're about to get
Once
off
you get
of
your
work.
tab, you okay. All right,
So they
I
may
got
be
you.
asking me questions, okay?
My pencil just broke. Give me one
So
second.
bear with me, y'all. If you're in the box and my job asks me a question, I'm gonna have to mute you.
All right. Now, Emerald, let me ask you this: do you
Hey, Sue Mommy in the
do you
beauty.
utilize the checklist as you going down?
Baby.
Hey, Mama. How are you?
Hey, good.
Hey, happy
I am
Monday.
thank you. I know I
You
can be
know,
real passionate when I talk, like I was on my daughter's live, because you know my daughter's 31. And
oh, okay.
I be in her live stream with her and
Oh,
some
so
of the little
she live streams also?
yeah, but she live streams on Big O. See, we be live on Big O that's outside of here. And
Uh-huh.
I be in there with her and she was sharing some, I don't think it was a Dolph case, but it was another case. But see, some certain topics, you can't discuss
Sure.
without it being a problem or they censor it or whatever.
I'll be honest, usually
Maybe
during the week I really try not to drink anything, and if I didn't have, a drink tonight, I probably wouldn't even been like, "Oh yeah, sweetness, are you letting anyone on your life on your life?" I would have
So
just
what
stayed
is it that
in
makes
your
you?
shit.
Let's talk about that soon because I'm. Hold on. Let's see.
Their password for the first time, and it gave them that same error. So we just have to see tomorrow. We'll wait
Hold
till
on
after
one
5,
second. Let me see.
and then any EUP cases you have, I will give you the documents. You just have to tell me.
Okay. But no, I'm feeling better, and just the more practice and watching everyone else is definitely helping. So.
Okay. So we got 10 more days, so we'll get some more practice.
Ooh, we got 10 more days before we go live. Hold on one second.
Sure, take your time. Are you on Instagram?
I just want to make sure she don't call my name. No, when
There's
I
so
was
many
going
different
live, we
lives.
was on Big O. So I have
Oh,
a Big
okay.
O
Yeah.
account. My daughter does. Okay, she says she back.
Yeah, I have no idea. I be on YouTube and I saw
What
you.
happened,
Yeah.
y'all? What happened? They did. I'm just now able to come back. I feel some type of way. And I got Sue Mommy. Sue, you know what I want you to do, Sue Mommy? I
No,
need you to
sweetness,
download the
Mama.
Big
If
O
you're
app, BIGO.
if
Sue
it,
Mommy is beautiful, y'all. You would love being over here with my daughters. You would be like, oh my God, like it be lit over here.
no, but what I'm saying is, if you're on another stream, I'll
Sue
go ahead and
Mommy,
I'll
hold
cam
on.
down.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta mute y'all.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute them for 1 second.
Sweetness, I'm kind of old school. Like, okay, with the live on the
So Big
YouTube
O is
thing.
like an app, just
Yeah, I
like
don't
this
know
is an
nothing.
app. It's an app like
Uh-huh.
that, but it's called BIGO. And
you can
you go
talk to
on
different
the app,
people, like in your
and then you
state,
can
or
find people just like you do on here that are live.
What system gives you what?
Hold on. Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh,
So I
my
got
job
navigating
is loud.
systems
Let me
and-
see.
Okay, we'll try
by the way, your hair looks gorgeous. I love it. I
Thank
love the
Thank
blonde
you.
that you had in there, but it's really pretty though. You're gorgeous,
Thank you.
Sweetness.
I'm gonna
Let's
do
keep
my
that
braids
real.
I'm gonna do my braids like in another week because it's my birthday at the end of the month. And I'm gonna
Oh,
go
okay.
out of the country or somewhere where the water is.
I hear
And I'm
that.
gonna need
Yes,
to make
ma'am.
sure my hair is good.
Well, your hair is gorgeous, and I actually like the previous style you had too. It was really pretty too.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you
yeah,
so
of
much.
course. Yeah, no worries. But as
But I
far as
wanted to ask you a
apps,
question too, because and forgive me if I come across.
no, 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 no,
Hold on
no.
one second, because I
Sweetness,
want to ask
ask
you a
me.
question.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening. Whenever you're ready.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you because
Whenever you're ready.
I realized that even with my baby boy, I thought I was naive. Hold on, let's see. Application.
All right, Taisha.
Hold on, she going down the list. I'm trying to see if my stuff filled out the remarks. I'm trying to see if my time off is gonna be granted because I want to go out of town for my birthday, and I need my job to tell me if it's approved or not. And I don't think they told me yet. Um, okay, she on Lisa AJKL. Let me see where I'm at on the list.
Sweetness, I have Xfinity for my internet as far as my internet service, and I've been having some issues, and I called them and they they said they rectified the situation because I'm on my phone right now and
But
not
I
on my
was gonna
computer.
ask you because I've heard you, and again, I gotta be careful. Oh, she didn't call my name yet. I gotta be careful how,
No, just go
cause
ahead and
it
say it.
ain't always what I say. Sometimes I'm just, cause I'm very country. I just cut my words up,
Mama,
and it
just
don't come
say it.
out the
It's
right way.
okay.
But
No,
my
no, it's
heart be in
okay.
the right way.
Sure. And I've
So
watched you long enough since, the other platform, No, it's okay.
yeah,
Please,
because just like
please say it.
I had a live, and this is and I shouldn't maybe bring it up, but maybe I should. But old school was in my life. Well, let me say Leonard and South Memphis and um um damn, I can't think of the other person that was in my life. Anyway, they ended up somewhat attacking me. I ain't gonna say attacking
I'm
because I'm
sorry,
not trying
Mama.
to play victim.
My internet cut out again. But I'm listening.
Okay,
It might be.
so
I'm in my room right now.
I
Maybe I should
know
go in my living
how
room.
I know how certain people can be,
Sure.
and I felt like I was under attack, so I defended myself with
Of
old
course.
school and Page, which is South Memphis. I defended myself, and they wanted me to apologize for the way I was speaking, but I felt like I didn't need to because they was in my life and they was being disrespectful to me. So why do I have to apologize?
Well, first
So
off,
I
let me say
stood up for
this.
myself. I stood
Let
up for myself, and I don't feel bad about it because I do, because I'm sweetness and I'm moms, and I let a lot of stuff pass because I try to be the reason and try to find the fine line in between the division. But at that moment, no, I was not going to let
okay.
that pass.
Sure.
And I needed
And
to stand up for that. And I did say some stuff that I probably normally wouldn't have said, but I said it because it needed to be said. But I just was like appalled that Leonard and South Memphis, which are two people that we know that have
sure.
been very disrespectful in a lot of ways when it comes to certain issues, and
Well,
have
let me say.
allowed other people to be disrespectful when it came to certain issues. But then I just said a little bit of something, and now y'all blow it up under the microscope, and now you want to play the victim.
Let me. Let
I
me. Let
didn't
me.
respect that.
Moms, or sweetness. Let me say this to you. So okay. From my experience, I can only speak for me.
Oh, go ahead. They talking. When they call my name, then I'm gonna be like, wait, Sue, 1 minute. But they talking. They on the M's. You know, my name start with an S, so I
Okay.
got
Can
the
you?
little name.
I'm sorry, Mama. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. With this whole YouTube thing, first off, let me say this. With Leonard. I actually spoke to Leonard. I'm just going to speak from my experience, and I have nothing to hide. With Leonard, we knew a mutual person that was, I was in the military. We knew a mutual person that had passed away. And initially, that's what made me, because I didn't want to talk about the person on, on YouTube, and it was crazy. But the military world is very small. And granted, I didn't know Leonard, but I knew, the mutual person that passed away. And that's what made me speak to him. As far as South Memphis, personally, I've never had a problem with her. Like, I'm not a judgmental type of person because I love you. Honestly, with the other stream where we all met, you were one of the people, just listening to you and just the advice you would give to give to us. And just things that you would say, kept me on the platform. With South Memphis, same thing, and I have nothing against her. And granted, I know I was on the stream that night, but I think I wasn't on the stream when all this transpired. So I don't know exactly what transpired between you guys.
Right.
But, I have respect for you, and I'm not, I have respect for South
And
Memphis.
I really, honestly, I'm not saying this to say anything bad about any of them. I'm just saying, I felt like, how did it flip on me when certain? Okay, so I've said it to South Memphis, and I'll say it again. I never had a personal issue with her per se. I just had an issue with
with the
you
whole
allowing the platform that we came from to disrespect all of us as women, and she did not stand up for that. And then you allowed him to come on your platform and continue to be that way. Well, you couldn't control his platform, but you can control yours.
Right. And I really don't want to get in the middle of that because honestly, I have love for South Memphis. And also, I have respect for you also, Sweetness, just from what you shared about your son and just the advice that you've given to women and even men, for that matter. So I can't really speak on that. As far as with Leonard, I spoke to him off of, because of someone that we mutually knew. And I did not even know, honestly, because I'll be honest with you. Swear to God, I swear on everything I love, on my son. I never, until the previous platform that we were on, where we all met each other, I never commented on a live stream.
Yeah.
Granted, I've been on YouTube, watching, certain videos, but as far as my son told me about Young Dolph like about a year before he passed away. And we live in Philly, and so when he passed away, my son was the one that told me, because he's the one that keeps me up to date with music.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna keep that real because I'm a bit old school. But what kept me on that platform was you. I'll be honest with you. You, South Memphis, Bino, and just the people that brought something to, that where we talked about other things outside of where we initially came from. So I can't, that night where all that transpired, I'm not going to say anything because I wasn't there. Honestly, Sweetness, I was on your platform. But as far as when all that went down,
no, I totally get it, because I felt like it was blown out of proportion.
Yeah, and Shay, I think she was on the platform also when I was on there.
Yeah.
And I love her, and I know, but I don't know what all transpired. But I'm sorry that happened. But one thing about YouTube that is that sucks about the whole situation with YouTube. You meet amazing people, and granted, it's I guess it's, social media. This is new for me. Since November of last year. You know, because I've never, like, as far as live streams, I've
I think I'm
never
next with my job. So
participated.
give me 1 minute, Sue Mommy. I think they
Yeah,
about to
mama.
call my name. Let me see.
No. Take your, yeah. I just
So I'm a
want to
mute for
support your
1 second
channel.
so they won't.
Yeah, of course. Do your thing.
Hold on 1 second. I'm definitely feeling better. I just need to be more confident within myself and follow the law, I guess the law or the rules of engagement when it comes to following the steps. I think once I become more confident and the more that I do it, and I think because I haven't really went through the entire process of closing a case, I have the how, well, the why, and my mind is just, I just really want to know I want to follow a whole case through myself. Even though I've seen others do it, it's different when you do it yourself. So I just need to become more confident. I think a lot of times we doubt ourselves more and we already got the answers, but we question ourselves. And I think today you reassured me of that because you were like, okay, you're doing it. But the whole time I was doing it, I was doubting and questioning myself. So the more that we become more confident and reassured that everything that they have told us is available, the tools are there. And regardless of how long it takes you to get to the answers are there. You just got to look for it and search, and you'll get to the end result. So I'm going to trust the process.
Okay, so just trust in yourself and trust the process and ask questions. You know, I told you I used to ask questions. I think I asked questions for 3 years until one lady was like, "How long you been here?" And I was like, "Isn't it your job to answer questions?" So, and I'm like, "Why am I gonna ask this lady this question? I already knew the answer. Like, quit doubting yourself." So it's gonna be a little doubt, but if you keep asking, and every time you ask somebody you right, that's gonna help build your confidence too.
Mm-hmm.
But you got it. All right. Where we at? Stephanie, that's it. Kaisha. How you feel? Where Kanithia? Did somebody take attendance today?
Sorry about that, Sue Mommy. I was on the phone with my job.
No. That's okay. Quick question. I mean, I'm not trying to get into your personal business or anything like
No,
this.
you're
What
okay.
What are you doubting? I don't understand.
Oh, okay. So
you give amazing advice. I have never seen you negative, speaking about anything negative unless you're defending yourself, which is of course.
Oh yeah. So
natural.
okay. So
Yeah.
with my job with the IRS, we're dealing with a lot of laws, tax laws, and it's a lot.
Gotcha.
I think a lot of people think the IRS is like cut and dry and it's one manual. I have 15 manuals that I haven't even went through that I have to go through just for this tax year. The tax laws and things change, and it's a lot of amendments. Everything is 13.4.5. And then you have to read that to understand, and then it take you somewhere else to understand and take you. It's a lot of.
We're both in corporate. I totally understand. I work for the state. I worked for the state of Pennsylvania.
So you be like, oh my God. Sure. For me, because like you said, I'm always confident in understanding.
You've always been
result. Until when you work for the government, you like, oh, it just never ends.
Sure. Absolutely. No, I totally understand. And regarding as far as like YouTube or something like this, I mean, you give great, and that's another thing that kept me on the other on the other person's platform is because just some of the things that you would say, just to encourage other people. That's a gift
And
from
I'm not
God.
gonna lie. I'm not
No,
gonna
no,
get
that's a gift from
teary-eyed.
God.
I'm not gonna get teary-eyed right now because, like, even on my daughter platform, she was like, "Mom, don't start talking like that because you're gonna make her sad." But I swear, y'all don't even understand that I did not realize PTSD had nothing to do with. Well, okay, let me not say nothing to do with, but did not have only to do with people that was in the military. It can happen in the
Absolutely.
common person life
Absolutely.
because it's
1000%.
post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I went through a traumatic experience.
Sure.
And my baby boy and my daughter, we all went through a traumatic experience. So when my
Sure.
baby boy spazzes out when he thinks something bad is about to happen and he gets nervous and he just freaks out, he's dealing with PTSD.
Your youngest
And I
son?
never labeled it as that because I thought, okay, this is life, get over whatever. But he's really crying out because he don't even know how to deal with it.
He don't know how to deal with it.
I'm gonna have to
Sure.
find a therapist that can really help him to deal with that part of what's happening in his mind. So
Well, that's first
I
off, let me just say
now
that, let me just
understand.
preface this. And it's not, and I don't want to, please, I want to say something, but I don't want to say something to,
No,
you
you're
know, I have
okay
a, I
because
have,
I trust
I have a
everybody.
I have a biracial son, and I also have, a lot of people that are close to me are of different nationalities. But one thing I've noticed about different nationalities, as far as when it comes to mental health, which is very important for I don't care what,
Yeah.
the human race, is very important.
But in
And
certain communities, which is
my
definitely
father,
in
yeah,
the I'm gonna say being and the reason why it's weird when I'm gonna say this, when I say that I'm biracial, I'm not saying I'm biracial because my mom is white or my dad is black. I'm saying I'm biracial because when I look at my ancestry chart and I look at the people that are in my timeline, whether it be African, Italian, Creole, and
sure.
all of this, it's not one race that's present. So I'm biracial. I know most
Yes,
people
ma'am.
say biracial is black and white, but no.
We're all
Biracial is
mixed.
when you don't have black and black, white and white, or blase blase.
Sure.
So I
Yeah.
consider myself being biracial, but at the same time, I know that in the community that I grew up in, mental health is not talked about.
You know
And
what's funny?
definitely when we talk about therapy, they like, what? Like that ain't
You
what
know
we
what's
do.
funny? It's so funny. My father was Irish, and he did
Yes.
not believe in as far as getting treatment, like seeing a psychiatrist, psychologist,
Right.
or anything in that field. And then for me, coming out the military, I'll be honest with you, they try to diagnose me because I did 2 tours in Afghanistan, and uh, after losing,
Ooh,
people
I
that
just
you
had
kind
a
of,
chill came over my body
yeah,
because I could
when you
only
when you
imagine
lose
because I
when you
wasn't
lose
there.
Sure, but
Yeah.
a loss is a loss, regardless. And post-traumatic stress disorder does not discriminate. It's not just for the military; it's for everyone. But honestly, when my primary care doctor referred me to see a therapist, I was
Mhm.
apprehensive. I was
Right.
like, what am I going to do? Tell this person my whole life while they're taking, like a movie, pen and paper, just writing down, like, how is that going to help
Exactly.
me? So I totally agree. Uh, and I'm sure it's other, maybe, I don't know. But finally I got right. Thankfully I got with the right therapist. It took some time, and I'm still working with the therapist even to this day. Um,
Mm-hmm.
But post-traumatic stress disorder, as you stated, you lost your baby, you lost your boy,
Right.
your son, and that can cause post-traumatic
And, and
stress
and and the
disorder.
sad thing is, Sue Mommy, because I have to take care of so many other people. I think
Hmm.
honestly, I don't know when I'm gonna really, really fully deal with it
Because people
because
rely on you for things that they're going through. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, I wanted to speak to you about some
okay.
personal things,
Yeah, so
and
the
maybe that's a
thing is I
gift.
have to take care
That's
of
a gift.
so many other people
Yeah.
until
Yeah.
you tend to thank you for the heart. You tend to put, because as a mother, I mean, because in your situation, oh, so I let me tell you.
Mama, I can't even imagine what you went through. I know you have
Yes,
other
because
children, but it's
yeah,
still your
but
son,
can you
you know?
imagine if that was your only one and they were
No,
like
I
no,
can't.
because the other ones keep you alive even when the one is gone. Because if I didn't have the other ones, I probably would not be here having a conversation because I wouldn't have had nothing else to live for.
You would be
But when you
here,
got others,
but
it keeps you going. So
sure.
I
You know
really
what?
empathize with women or mothers that was their only child. You feel me? Like that would be like, oh my God, like I couldn't even imagine what
Sweetness,
that would be like.
I'll give an example, and and it's not because I'm on your stream or anything, but this is some real shit. Like, um, when you spoke about your son and opened yourself to even speak about, that's your son, this is your baby,
Hmm.
um,
That I love dearly. Y'all
I
gotta
think that
understand. I'm Aries. He was an Aries.
you
That was
have a
like my
natural gift
twin.
though to speak to other people
Look, here he
about
is. This is
things.
my baby right here. I love him
Sure.
dearly.
Yeah, I
I
know.
loved
I've
him
seen that.
so much. He
Oh,
was
of
so
course, that's your
fine.
baby.
He
Yeah,
was
it's your
like,
baby.
oh my God, like I would give
Yeah.
anything just to be able to hear him
Of
just kiss me on
course.
my cheek and just squeeze
Yeah.
me. Because he would give me these biggest hugs that I'd be like, oh, why you squeeze me so hard? But now I
You're his
wish I had
mama.
those squeezes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when it's over, you don't get to do that no more. You
But I
know?
think that you
So
have a gift from what you shared about your son, and also
mhm.
just the advice that you've given other people. Granted, we've never met face to face or anything like this, but just from you speaking and hearing you speak to other people, and even you speaking to me, you have a
Right.
natural gift to, maybe it's because of your son's experience,
Yeah.
from the that's I can't even imagine. I think when you lose a parent, or I don't care what age you are with a parent or a
Mhm.
child, I can't even fathom that, you know
Yeah. And I tell
so
people like I didn't choose to be me. I did not choose to be me. So I did not choose to be me.
but
I
mama,
promise you.
God given
Oh
you a
God, he
gift to
could
speak to
have
other
drew me
people.
up and I would have said, okay, I'm good with being that person.
Let's
A
keep it
lot of
real for a
stuff.
second, moms. I mean, or Sweetness.
Oh no,
Let's keep
you
it
good.
real
Hey,
for
Miss Afghanistan. Go
Let's
ahead.
keep it real for a second. The people that stayed on the other person's I mean, I hate to mention this, but it is what
I
it
know, but
is,
you good. It is
But
what it is.
but you giving advice, and people would, that's a gift from God, and
Mhm.
in my opinion,
Right,
for you to reach out to other people, and not just about loss, but just about other things. That's a gift. That's a
right.
gift that you just naturally have, and if
Because
people don't
I
want to
really
receive it,
honestly, but guess
and
what? I honestly feel like, this may sound crazy to say, hey, I'm glad to see you too. I think we all have it. But I
we all
think
have a different
certain
type of
things,
gift.
no, no, no. I'm gonna be
Not that.
real honestly about that. Yes. Like even you,
No.
Sue, I think it's certain things that happen in our lives that make us see who we really are and the gifts that we were given. Because We downplay it and we think that's just who we are. But the beauty of the nature of who we are is prevalent. It just takes something to bring it out. Because
Sure.
I was never the person that wanted to get on anybody platform and talk or any of that. Like I never thought about it. I'm just, living my life. Like what you said. I'm not a social, that's just not you. But certain events and things happen in your life that you like, I need an outlet. I need to speak about it. I need to, and then you end up realizing the whole time in your life that you've been planting seeds around your community, and you like, people always talk to me, or people just love on me, and I don't know why. It becomes full circle when you get in front of people that don't know you and they still doing the same thing. So you do it every day, Sue Mommy, but it's in the circle that we don't get to see. But can you imagine if something thrust you in front of a platform that whoever wants to watch can see, and you start to say, wow, this is confirmation because I've been doing this already. I just didn't think nothing of it because nobody else knew about it other than the people in my circle.
Sure.
We
I
all
believe
have gifts. We all have
we all
that.
have gifts. One thing with you, Sweetness, I think that you have a gift of advice, and you've touched me. I mean, I've heard you speak, and I actually, you know, shed some tears just hearing some of the things because I felt like you spoke to me, and that's a gift from God. You know, for me, like what you stated, we all have
Yeah.
gifts. I personally don't have that gift. You know, I think that
You may
I'm
not
more of
even
a
realize it, but you do. Because thank
mm,
you.
mm,
Because what you don't realize that you do, Sue, you come in with a gentle approach. And a lot of
yeah.
people are used to people approaching them with a harsher, or they come from a different space. But you
Oh, is
got a
that Be
place. Yeah.
real quick, Sweetness? Is Bino? Is that Bino? He
Yeah,
hasn't been.
that's Afghanistan. That's
Yeah.
Bino. That's why I
Oh,
was talking to him.
should
I was like, hey.
yeah. You should. Can you drop the link? Maybe
It's in there.
Uh.
Let me see.
I don't.
You know me. I'll be trying to figure this out. Oh shit. Let me see. I'm sitting up
My
here like,
my internet is this Xfinity. I'm sorry, Sweetness. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm so
no,
sorry,
you
but
good. Oh, here you
no,
go.
yeah. If anything, can you drop the link for Bino? I have not. Bino hasn't been live in a minute, and
I
he
know
just
he
sent out a
hasn't.
yeah,
Hey,
because
love doctor.
I miss him.
I know we all miss
Him,
him.
yeah, of course. I will always have love for Bino. I don't care if Bino
Yeah,
never goes
so
live again. Bino,
what Bino just said,
I'm
Sue,
rooting for him.
I don't want you to miss the moment because for some reason, and I get it,
Mm.
you're like me, you're very humble. When people start speaking about you, it makes you feel uncomfortable because you're not trying to be in the forefront. You okay with walking in the room and being in the back. And you okay with that because that's how I am. I ain't got to be in the front. You ain't never looking for that. So
I'd
what
rather be in the
Bino
back
just
than the
said,
front.
hey Bino,
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? What's up,
is what
y'all?
he just
Hey,
described about
Bino!
you, Sue
What's up?
Mommy,
What's up?
is you are
What's
the
up,
queen.
babe?
Look at her.
Hey,
You see
y'all,
what
how
she
y'all
doing,
doing?
right, Bino? You see what she doing?
What
You
you
see
say?
what she
It's so
doing?
good to
She
hear
deflecting.
your
You
voice.
see her deflecting.
My expend.
It's good to hear
Sue,
y'all too.
I know, but Sue, I don't want you to deflect no more. You listening, Sue?
My damn internet. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sweetness.
Uh-huh. Okay, blame it on the
Yeah.
internet. Are you
No,
listening,
sir, I
Sue?
swear to God. Yes, ma'am, I'm listening.
Okay. So you are an individual that you never are seeking validation or attention. That's not you.
No,
the party
absolutely
is
not.
going,
No.
hold on. I want you to hear me out because
All right.
that's part of the deflection too. Because when somebody compliments you, you
I don't know how to
don't
take it.
necessarily know how to receive it, and then you
Sure.
try to deflect it. But right now I'm asking you to trust me, and I want you to take this in and receive everything that I'm saying to you right now, because you deserve this. You have never looked for validation, but I want you to understand what I'm about to give you. It ain't nobody in here, it's us. So even if the room was crowded and the party was going, you was like, I'm gonna go in when everybody's already there and they busy and they don't see me, because you never are trying to be seen, but you got a light, and we all got gifts and things that we were
You know what's
giving.
funny? You know what's funny,
Hold
Sweetness?
on,
'Cause I'm
Sue Mommy. Hold on, because we were all given tasks that and gifts that we need to give to the universe, that we need to give out.
Sure.
And you have it. You just keep questioning, why me? Why
well,
not you?
I have no problem being in the background. Let me just
I know.
preface this. Whether it's in my personal life or in off of you know, the internet, I have no problem being in the background because I know who I am. You know.
Mhm.
However, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Like with, for instance, like with Bino, you know, he's a you know, he's a young person. He's a grown man, but you know,
Mhm.
I'm rooting for Bino. You know, and granted, he hasn't been live or anything like this, but you know, I still, granted,
My
even
bad.
Shout out to Bino. Don't be talking in that deep voice like that, okay? Don't do it to me. Don't make me flip my hair.
Oh man,
you
I
know,
miss
I'm
y'all.
sorry.
For real.
I'm sorry. I have Xfinity, but I'm rooting for Bino. I don't care.
She
And if
knows she
somebody
got
says
it.
anything for Bino, if anybody, I don't care. I don't give a fuck whose stream I'm
Oh
on. They
no,
try
no,
to
no.
say
They can't
something
say
negative
nothing about
about
Bino.
Bino. I'm gonna cut that straight off. No, Bino's a good dude. Bino's a good dude. I don't care
That part.
how old he is. He has an old soul, you know, and I'm rooting for him. I want him to be happy and find a
Yes.
great woman, you know, in his life.
I
He
can't
has a lot of
wait to
potential.
come to
Uh,
his baby showers, to his wedding, all of that. Now, I
Yeah,
ain't gonna sit up here. I
that's
ain't
kind
gonna
of how
sit
I
up here.
feel.
Hold on, hold on. Let me pop my Vaseline while I say this. Shout out to Vaseline. Now I
Yeah.
ain't gonna say that I ain't gonna be at the baby shower wedding and be like, girl, he fine as fuck. I'm just happy that
Bino
you
is
got
cute
you feel me?
though.
I ain't gonna front,
He
you know.
showed his pictures. He's very
I'ma
handsome.
be sweetness, but I'm gonna be like, girl.
Yeah,
But I'm gonna be
yeah.
happy for that, for real,
But
for real.
one thing about Bino though, I think he can decipher between someone that's fake and someone that's real. You know, especially him being I don't want to say a young person because Bino is an adult, you know, but for him being young and like I see a lot of potential. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, Sweetness. Like hearing somebody trying to, for instance, start, you know, a rap career in their 35, 36 years, I'm like, come on, man. If it ain't worked out, you know, if you really were, you know what I'm saying, really serious about it, let's keep it real. Like you should have, you know, pursue that maybe like
yeah, if they don't
Bino's
jump off,
age.
they don't jump off by
And with Bino,
25. I'm
I've
Your
heard
ass
expecting
some of
that
been
his
from him.
spinning
music.
already.
I'm rooting for I'm no serious some real shit. I'm rooting for Bino, and if anybody says anything negative about Bino, I'm gonna, you know, say something about that. You know, and granted,
That
I've
part.
never met Bino in person, but he has a lot of potential, and he's, you know, he's our, I don't want to say he's our future generation.
Uh-oh. Is it the internet? I
I'm
gotta
still
figure
here.
out.
I'm still here.
Okay, then
I
I'm
think
still
her
here.
mic messing
I
up.
miss you.
Yeah,
I
we
miss
Yeah, I
missed
miss you
you,
too.
you.
and I know that me. It's not just me and Sweetness. I'm sure
Yes.
all of us you know, miss you. But you know what? Do your thing and continue to, you know, do what you're doing. I support you. I'm rooting for you. Honestly, I am rooting for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, I had to, you know what I'm saying, send y'all stuff today. Had to take care of y'all.
Oh, I
Uh,
gotta get my stuff. Okay.
yeah,
Listen.
they stuff
Okay.
on the way
I'm
to
gonna
them,
call
so that I'll
Yeah.
be waiting on them when they get their stuff. It
because I
should get
want to
there on the
go because,
weekend.
like I say, I go live on Big
My
O.
damn
Like I'm
internet
live
messing up.
now on Big O, and I'm getting paid off of there while I'm on here, and this, you know what I'm saying.
Oh, that's what's up.
And I want to be able to because I became a host. They made me a host, and you know that's something you got to audition for and all that. So
Hmm.
I'm gonna end up becoming a recruiter, and then eventually I'm gonna have my own agency. Y'all know how I am. That's just how it's gonna work. But I want to be able to have your gear on, so when people be like, "What's that?" I want to be able to say that's what it is, that's what it stands for, and all of that. So
Sure.
definitely, I gotta support for real, for real.
And my
Because
Xfinity
my
is
thing
met.
is, I may not talk to y'all every day. Y'all may not hear from me every day, but my love and my how I feel about the people that I'm connected to is how the fuck I feel. Period.
Sure.
That ain't gonna
Hmm.
never change.
I
Cause
feel like that
I
too.
don't rock with a lot of people. So when I do, I
I did.
do.
Yeah.
Now until you show me otherwise, when you give me your ass to kiss and lick, then I'm done. But until then,
Yeah.
if
Who wants to
I'm
deal with that
committed to
shit?
that,
You
I'm
know.
committed to that.
Fuck out of
You
here.
know,
Off the internet? Yeah. Come on.
but
Yeah. That's
you
ridiculous.
can lick and kiss and whatever my no, I'm messing with y'all. I'm messing
Crazy.
with y'all. Don't pay me no mind.
No, fuck that. I ain't kissing, licking nobody's ass. My
I
feelings
said
are
they can do
genuine.
mine. I will slide through on your face real quick.
Sweetness, you
Yeah,
crazy.
man, you can't be out here kissing nobody ass, man.
No, fuck that. No, it's certain
But
people.
I will
And
slide through
granted,
on your face real quick and make your beard moisturized. And they be like, what product you using? It's called sweetness.
but you know
Damn, is
what?
she selling it? Be like,
You
hey,
know
I don't
what?
know.
The more, you know what I notice? I'm just gonna say this from my experience. You know, the more that, uh,
That
you
was the
are
inside
nice,
thing.
or
I'm
for
over here
instance,
acting a fool.
you
Don't
got
pay me no
women.
mind. Go ahead, Sue Mommy. I'm just acting a fool up here talking about I got beard moisturizing. It's called sweet. Don't pay me no goddamn mind. Okay, keep going. Oh my
Oh
God. You
man.
see,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
keeping
I have
my
Xfinity.
moisturized. They little
I have
flavors
Xfinity.
great,
Maybe
baby.
it's
I
not
got
meant for me
this
to say, but you know what's crazy, Sweetness? Us,
one.
woman to woman, and you're a gorgeous woman, and I feel like I'm,
Thank you. You are too.
thank you, I appreciate it. Granted, I know I never went live, but I have no problem doing that,
No, but you're a beautiful
But what I'm
queen. No,
saying
fuck
is,
that.
like,
Yeah.
you, even on the internet, like, we have our personal lives, like, even on the internet, women are hate, some women that are, I
Hello?
hate to say it like this, hate, like haters for whatever reason. And it's like, this is the internet.
They
This is
ain't even
you.
gotta have a fucking reason. That's just in their genetic makeup
That's
shit.
not
That's just
cool.
what the
I ain't
fuck
with
they
that
do.
shit. I'm not with no woman like that. I'm all about supporting women. I don't give a fuck what race we are. We're all sisters at the end of the day. If we can
Hey.
connect,
But
and
understand though, Sue Mommy, and that's the beauty of where you sit and where I sit. When you decide to go live on any platform, it can be on your whatever platform, and you just put a message out there and you can come from a place of love. Just understand that you are going to have people that are not coming from that place, and you got to
sure.
already accept it when you click the button.
Yeah, I
It's
found
like
out. That's
Bino,
fucked up.
I'm sure Bino
you
being a
are a
man.
guest on this panel. So let's say right now I was like popping on this motherfucker, and I had like 10,000 people in here. And just because you on here and you ain't even coming with that energy, they will have that energy towards you. That's just the way it is. But you got to already have that mindset that comes with the territory. And when you do, when it comes, you're going to deflect that shit differently. So I deflected differently because it's bigger than y'all. It's so much bigger. So y'all ain't about to stop me because I know what the fuck I'm trying to do and why I'm trying to do it. So I hear you, I see you, I know what you're trying to do, but I'm gonna keep on pushing because it's bigger than me. I didn't choose to be here. I was chosen to be here. There's a difference.
Absolutely. Sure.
So
And
when
then,
you're
like,
chosen, you may cry, but you get back up and you keep going because you know I was chosen to be here. And when you're chosen, you're gonna be attacked the most. That's when you know it's some shit you're supposed to do when people come for you. If ain't
sure.
nobody coming for you, it ain't what it is. It's a hobby for you. It ain't even what
And
you're
then with
supposed to be
Bino
doing.
being a man and being a young man, you know, I'm sure he probably gets
Mhm.
haters from, oh,
Ain't
you
nothing.
think you better than all this. But let me just say this, you know, about Bino, from what I know, you know, even from the live streams, you know, he's a young man, but he's a very mature. Bino's an old soul. Let's keep that
And
real
he ain't never,
for a
Bino ain't
second.
never came
He's
across a
never
being
been disrespectful.
no
He has
arrogant thing.
never.
First of all, even though
Yeah.
Bino is younger than me, he comes across as this big brother protective type of shit. Like, ain't nobody about to come for these queens. And if they do,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna
Sure.
motherfucking ride with them because I believe in them. Now, if he don't fuck with you, he don't fuck with you. But when he do, he not about to
Sure.
let nobody come for you. He will
Yeah.
goddamn do a whole live and tell them, don't fuck with Sue Mommy. Wait. You in here talking about her? He's not about to let that happen.
And that's one
And
thing I
for
love
him to
about
be
Bino.
young and feel
Yeah,
like a big
exactly.
brother or a big cousin or whatever to everybody, I commend him for that because it
Me
ain't that
too.
many stand-up men in the universe no more. They standing
Me
down,
too.
and that's what's happening to our women. Now let's keep it 100. You in the parking lot, you coming out the grocery store, and you see this man beating on a female. What you gonna do? Most men nowadays gonna mind their business and go
Gonna
to their
mind
car.
that business.
And keep
But
it
back in the
moving.
day, a dude would beat you down for beating her down. They would have stepped in and you wouldn't have made it out the parking lot. So you would have waited till you got home in private to beat her ass because you dare to do that shit in public. Because you
Yes,
already
ma'am.
know every real man around was going to beat your ass too. But
Sure.
nowadays, people turn the other way and nobody want to deal with it. But
But you
there's
know
men
what?
like
Do you,
Bino
You know,
Sweetness,
it's
let me
that
ask you a
want
entertaining to
question.
other
somebody that's
people.
about to
Do you
let that
do you
That type
think
they
shit
it's
is
not about to let
because
that
entertaining.
ride.
a lot of people are armed and maybe they are fear for their life? Because in certain situations, for instance, you know, you jump
I
into a
think
situation.
I don't even think it's more being armed. It's more about what you stand for and who you are and not having the fear of the world in your mind. Because if fear was a factor, then slavery would have never been demolished. None of the things that happened that people marched and stood for and was brave enough to do, we would not have the freedoms that we have to this day. If somebody didn't say, okay, I know they got guns and they got water hoses and they got all this, but we're going to march across that bridge anyway. The problem is people are not brave enough no more. That's the
Absolutely.
problem. It ain't about the weapons and the things that are against us because as individuals, we've always had things that have been against us. It's just people are not brave enough to stand up no more.
Well, do you
So
think it's a
maybe
little bit
they're
of a different
using it
time
as a
though?
cop out, but it's like, come on now.
Well, Sweetness, do you think it's a little bit of a different time in a certain degree? Like
Perhaps, but even me being a woman, if I'm at the grocery store and I walk outside and I see a dude beating on his female, me being a female, even though I know he can probably beat me too, I'm going to try to be a distraction or I'm going to try to call out for help or somebody to help this young lady. I just can't get in the car and drive off and see that because
yeah,
what's in me is not going to allow me to do that. But that
sure.
may be why I don't see that every day because the universe and the metaverse and who I am, my angels and my ancestors are trying to protect me because they know that she will be at a higher risk of losing her life for standing up for somebody else, because I just can't sit down and I just can't do it.
Yeah, I understand. And
But
from
I
a man,
feel like if you're gonna go out and it was a sacrifice, because we're all a living sacrifice, then it was all worth it. Yes, your family may be mad because they don't get it and they don't understand. But just like when you signed up for the military and you said, well, for the greater good of everybody in the world, I will sacrifice my life for that. And if I do, yes, your family probably would have been mad because they like, well, why you signed up for that and now we don't have you? But you was willing to die for the greater good.
Absolutely. And
so
I was aware.
That's how we should all walk around. We should all be willing to sacrifice for the greater good. But we're not doing that no more. And that's why we end up in this situation where a lot of people are.
Well, maybe people are scared of death or something like this. I don't know. But with like, for instance, someone young.
With so think about
like
it.
Rubino, for instance.
A man is gonna think twice if he thought I can't do this.
Rubino's still a man. Granted, he's a young man, but he's a man. Yeah, for sure.
Think about it, y'all. Let's just keep it 100. Back in the day, when women was getting their ass kicked by men, it was behind closed doors and ain't nobody seen it unless you was in the house. They wasn't doing that in the open because they already knew if somebody see it, it's gonna be a problem. But now they openly doing whatever because ain't nobody is like whatever. Like you can literally, God forbid, take somebody else's life and they are there and they're gonna turn like they didn't see it. And even when the family is crying out and saying, please somebody say something, and you was there, they not talking.
No, you know what, Sweetness?
Everybody's talking about the snitch part. I ain't no snitch. What you mean you ain't no snitch? You standing up for good or not? Because if it was your sister, your auntie, your mama, your cousin, you gonna want somebody to fucking say something. So what the fuck you mean you ain't no snitch?
And you know what, Sweetness? And I hate to admit this, but maybe because I've been drinking. Well, I'm not even drunk or anything like this, but I'm not afraid to admit my son's father was abusive.
Okay.
And initially, you know, I until I saw the sonogram picture, I was, you know, yeah. I think you understand that. I think you understand that. I don't think I have to really, you know, say too many words, but yeah. And I would never tell my son this, of course, but what I'm saying is.
Wow. Yeah. She'll be back in a minute because the devil is a motherfucking lie.
Yeah, absolutely.
She gonna be able to get her message out because she need to be able to be free and to be liberated, because one day you are going to have a conversation with your son. Not now, but when he becomes a man, part of him understanding everything about you as a woman is not to put his dad under the bus. It's not about his father.
As a woman, I have a question. You're gonna
have to. Let me tell you why you have to do it, Sue. My daughter will tell you, because we talked about it last night on her live on Big O. I used to protect. I was so big on I was not going to be the baby mama that would ever talk bad about their father. No matter what he did, I was going to protect it, cover it up. If he said he was going to buy 10 bicycles for Christmas, when he didn't buy them, I bought them and say he bought them. Because I was not trying to be the mother that was going to be the baby mama that made him feel, made my kids feel like it was him against me. So he could never say anything bad about me because I never said anything bad about him. But one day when the lies caught up with me because my kid's father was in and out of prison all their life. They thought their daddy was at camp. We was lying to these kids, and they was like, "What type of camp?"
Even my
he
brother.
is?
Yeah.
And they would go visit their father. But that one
Mhm.
summer on the way to bringing my kids to Louisiana, and my daughter said, "I'm tired of my daddy being in camp. I don't understand why camp got to be like this." And I was like, "Fuck this. I can't lie to my kids no more." And I said, "Your
Well,
daddy ain't in camp. He in prison. And it
Sweetness,
ain't got nothing to do with you."
I have
Hold on,
I have a-
mommy, because I want you to
All right.
understand the deliverance that day that happened.
All right,
Because
I'm
when
listening.
I was 100 with my kids and said, it ain't that your father don't love you. He can't be here because the decisions he made in his life. He's in and out of prison, but it has nothing to do with the love that he got for you. He
Lady,
just
you gonna
can't
make me
be there.
cry. Oh God.
So I
Pastor,
had to be 100. But guess what, Sue? I had to go a little bit deeper because my kids love their father. So when I had to have a conversation with them and say, "Your dad almost took my life in front of y'all. He almost killed me. He used to beat my ass." The man that they loved, they still love him, but they respect me as a woman even more because I never said I could have been bitter. I could have been angry. I could have said, "This is what he did."
Your
and make you
mother, my
bitter.
mother. Yeah.
But I never did that to my kids. Instead,
But
I'm gonna
Sweetness,
let you love
my
him
situation.
anyway, because his love for you has nothing to do with his love for me.
My
and
situation.
what we've been through.
Mama, let me just say real quick. My situation is a little bit different. Okay. So, okay, when I found that I was pregnant, I was initially gonna get an abort. You know, let me close my door.
Casper, talk to
My
me.
son is asleep, but I just want to.
No, go ahead. I'm listening. Because eventually, because how old is your son, Sue Mama? He's not a baby anymore. He's a young man.
Okay, I'm sorry, my internet went out for a second, but
Okay, Sue Mommy,
yeah,
how old is your son again?
he's 16. He just turned 16.
Okay,
March the
so he's a
2nd.
young man. So he's not a baby anymore. He's gonna always be your baby, but he's not a baby. So before he becomes the man that he is going to become, you as his mother, as the person that he's always had, that was consistent in his life, no matter what.
Sweetness, I'm
needs
sorry.
to
My
be-
internet keeps cutting out. I didn't even
No,
hear
it's
what you
okay.
said. Can you repeat what you said?
Oh
Because I
yeah,
want to
what
hear
I
what you had
said
to
is
say.
your
Yeah.
son is a young man now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. So what
And
I challenge you to do this year with him is to sit down as his mother, the person that's been consistent in his life all this time, to lay it all out there on the table and let him know what you've been through.
Okay. Let me continue with my story real quick. So granted, my son's father has two brothers, and
Shay,
he
get
went
him
on.
them out, Shay.
He's actually my son's father is, and it's kind of embarrassing to admit, but it is what it is. He's in prison for life for killing someone else, capital murder. He got a capital murder charge. I
Right.
think he's not eligible for parole till like 2050 something. I don't talk to my son's
So
father.
let me ask you.
The
Wait
last
a minute.
time.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Okay.
minute. Let's digress for a minute.
That's why I joined the military. Was a
No,
better
I
life for my
know, but
son.
listen to what I'm about. What I'm about to ask you, and I want you to be transparent when you answer this
You gonna make
question.
me cry, woman? Go ahead, I'm
No,
listening.
I don't want to make you cry. I just want you to be free, because you being free is
Okay.
going to help your son.
Don't
Because
cry
that's
while
the
I'm up
most
here,
important
please.
part.
All right.
Okay.
I'm
So,
listening.
Sue Mommy,
Yes, ma'am.
your son father is in prison for capital murder.
Yes.
But does your son know that about his father?
Yes, he does.
Okay. So is he an introvert or extrovert? Your son, does he deal with his
My
emotions
son is
internally or
kind of.
externally?
Now, mind you, my son, like if I was to send you a picture of my son, you'd be like, oh my gosh. But if I was to send you a picture of his father, he looks more like his father. But as far as his personality, more like me. I'm a
No,
Pisces. My son
I'm
is a
saying
Pisces.
when
Yeah.
he deal with his emotions, do he
You
normally
know what my son told
express
me?
them?
You know what my son told me? He said, he does not want to meet his father. I mean, he's seen his father at a young age, um, which he doesn't, remember, but he said that he does not respect him as a man. And my son told me
Mm,
this when he was first 14. My son is 16 now. And I never said anything. Let me just say
wow.
this. Regardless of what happened between me and my son's father, and I honestly, you know what? If I can go back in the whole situation, me joining the military, that was for my son. I wanted a better life. I did not want to be, because honestly, and this is something that I'm not, you know, uh, but I was on,
Mm,
something that I don't voice, but I was on HUD housing, I was on food stamps, I was on
it's
welfare, I got
okay. That has
TANF and
nothing to
all of
do with
this.
nothing.
And I wanted something better because I was in Philly and all of my friends that had children were in the same situation, um, in my case was a little bit different because I did not want to be with his father. So I decided I wanted to join the military. That was my cuz I couldn't afford to go to college.
Mhm.
I didn't come from a family with money, you know. Uh
I'm here, y'all. I'm listening, so go ahead and talk.
and real quick, I don't want to keep, going on and having a sob
No,
story, but yeah,
no,
I joined the military.
Stop. Don't deflect no more. I want you to get it
All
all
right,
out.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm
No,
done with that.
I want you to get it all out. So
Mom, I'm
tell
done. I promise.
no, no,
Yeah.
that's not what I said. I'm telling you to get it all out and tell your story. What happened? We all need to hear, baby, because it's gonna help somebody else.
Oh
This is
God.
this is your
Okay.
gift. Everything that you went through in life was not just for you, so it was to help somebody
It
else.
was for my son. Honestly, you know what, sweetness? If it wasn't for my son, I don't know where I would be in my life. And I don't want to cry. I am not trying to cry. That's not why I came on your live stream. But, at the time, I saw a lot of my friends that were on HUD housing, on TANF, on food stamps, and I wanted something better. And granted, I didn't come from money. Like, that's a whole nother story as far as my childhood. But I had a someone to take care of, and luckily, because when you join the military, if you have a child and you're not married, you have to give up your rights, before you can join. In my case, before you can join the military, if I would have had my son and I had no one to take care of my son, luckily my mother just came back in my life because she left when I was very young, left me and my brother, and my brother still doesn't even talk to her to this day. That's a whole another story. But I joined the military, and for a better life for me and my son, because I did not want my son to. I didn't want to be, even when I mean, I'm thankful that I was able to get on assistance, but I didn't want to stay on assistance, you know. And so I made a change, and I had people hating on me then. Like I told them, I was like, okay, I passed the ASVAB test, and this was a little bit later in my years. I was like, I passed the ASVAB test. My son is gonna go with my mother, and they're like, oh, Sue, you making a mistake, in Philly. And I'm like, I have friends that I went to high school with that are on drugs and in the same situation, you know, and I did what I had to do with, you know, in that situation for my kid. And if it wasn't for, Dre, I would have never, yeah, I would have never joined the service. But it was about my son at that point. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. We could change the subject. Thank you for listening.
Oh no, you good. I
Yeah.
appreciate you for
Yeah, thank you. Bino! It's so good to hear your voice, sweetheart. And you know what? I am so proud of you, doing your thing. I don't know exactly what you're doing, but I know you're trying to do your clothing thing and just keep pushing, pushing forward. Don't have kids young. Please don't. I don't care how good the girl looks and
So,
and
mommy,
yeah.
I sincerely appreciate you, and I don't want you to deflect anymore. I want you to take in what you just did.
Yeah, I
Because
commend you.
somebody is going to hear this, and I don't care who it is. It could be one person, but it's gonna help somebody.
That was my out. That was my yeah.
So I don't want you to deflect what you just did and make you feel like it didn't count. It matters. It matters so much.
You're gonna make me cry. Oh my God! Please don't.
Seriously,
No,
it matters so much.
Please don't. Okay. Thank you,
No,
and I
it really
appreciate it. And
does.
I did the best what I could for me and my, my kid. And
So
at the
let
time,
me ask you this, because this is the point. This is the point that you are in your life. You did
yes, ma'am.
everything as a mother, which is what we do to protect our
Sure.
kids. But he is a young man now.
I know.
And
Yeah.
the thing as mothers sometimes that we do, we
And he's
deflect
handsome and
and
all
we
these
protect
little.
too much.
Yeah.
And I think the best gift that we can give them is the honest truth.
Sure.
So I challenge you as his mother, and I'm not telling you when to do this, and I'm not saying you should. This is just my recommendation or opinion, because that's your baby. And you know what's best for your child. Explain the same way you just explained to us, and be honest about what you did and why you did what you did. And
Sweetness, let me say something real quick.
Not to take away who his father is, but remember, you said to me a minute ago that his father abused you in some type of way, and he needs to know that too.
Why does he need it? But okay, Sweetness.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you the greatest gift that you can give him, because a lot of times when young men, young women know that, then they fight so hard not to be that person. Like my son who passed away because he knew his dad. My son was 1 year old and his dad tried to take my life. He did not play if a man argued with a female or was in any type of, he did not play, because he knew what I meant to him. And even though he loved his father, he was willing to do that to my mother. Like, he did not play. But if he never knew that or understood that, he maybe would have turned out to be like him. But because I was honest with him and say, yes, you got the right to love your father. I'm not saying this for you not to love him, but let me keep it 100 with you. When you was 1 year old, before you even knew how to speak, your father tried to take my life in front of you. But he needed to know that. So one day his father, jokingly or in whatever way, said something inappropriate about me, and my son checked his ass on the spot.
Well, let me say this.
Like, no, the one thing you're not going to do is say anything negative about that queen right there, because I know what she meant to me.
Sure.
But the one thing my son never tolerated was a man being disrespectful in any type of way to any woman. Because think about it. The first earthly woman that he ever loved was me. And if a man could do that to me, it made him feel some type of way. So as another man, he never wanted that to ever happen to anybody.
Let me just say this.
It could be a benefit to your son, is what I'm saying. You can't hold back, because he's gonna be like, why my mama never told me that?
And let me say this, as far as my son is asleep. I wanted to make sure he was asleep because this is
I
not
know
something.
because you're very
Yeah,
protective.
of course, I'm very protective over my son, and I'm thankful that his father's brothers. He has two brothers that are in his life.
Hmm.
But as far as like saying like, oh yeah, I was gonna do this, I would never tell my son that. I couldn't do that, and granted, my son knows why his father's incarcerated, but as far as our relationship, even though that's his father, and even though that was a hard time for me, I just, in my
And
mind,
I totally respect your decision. I just want you to
he's
really
16.
think about it for a minute,
My son is
and at
6'1".
some point,
He is a
because you know
gorgeous,
what?
yeah.
I mean, no, the beautiful thing about it is, in my opinion, when your son really find out the truth, if he ever do, he's gonna be even more upset because nobody told him the truth, in my
Well, why
opinion.
does he have to? Okay, but Sweetness, I have a question. Why does he have to know? Like, okay, his son is already incarcerated. I mean, his son's father is already incarcerated, and he has his uncles in his life to show him. I couldn't show him, and I'm so thankful, like for.
Because the reality of it is he needs to understand that it's gonna make him a better man. You want your son to be well rounded. You don't want him to think that life is only one way and stuff don't happen and shit don't happen. And no, because then you're lying.
My
You're
son
setting
already,
up this false set in his mind
he
of
does
what
not
life
like
is
his
gonna be.
father. He told me he
I
didn't
know,
respect
no.
him.
I'm saying in
Yeah,
general that even sometimes the men that's supposed to love us don't always love us in the right way. He needs to
sure.
understand it. He needs to see that. He needs to learn that from you because the reality of it is it's gonna make him a better man. It's gonna make him
He,
a better
just
person.
by what he knows about his father, he doesn't respect his father because his father actually killed, um that's a whole another story, but
But
he,
so, mommy, it's
he's on
not about
capital
his
work.
father though. What I'm
Yeah.
speaking about, is helping your son become the man
Sweetness, how
that
do I
he
tell
needs
him?
to.
I don't feel like he needs to know that though. I
Oh,
mean, I understand what you're
absolutely. I
saying.
feel like he does because he needs to understand that life is not one way or it's not one type of glass. Because the dangerous part about when we do that as women and we try
Mhm.
to protect and shield these young men from real life shit, that's why these people are out here blowing their brains out and doing shit because they ain't never experienced real life
But he already
situations.
knows that his father
Confronted
killed
by it.
somebody.
They don't know. No,
Yeah.
but understand what I'm saying, Sue Mommy. I get it. As a mother, we want to protect our babies. We
Absolutely,
feel
of
like they
course.
shouldn't know everything.
He don't
But
even know that. Yeah.
let me tell you why I'm so compassionate about that.
Yeah, I
Because
want
my
to know.
oldest two kids, hold on, because I got a 31-year-old daughter, and
I
my
know.
son who
Mhm.
died will be 30 this year. And I
Mhm.
got an
Mhm.
11-year-old son. And
Mhm.
Shay done been on the phone with me and understand how transparent I am with my 11-year-old. And the
Hey,
reason
hey,
why I am
everybody.
more, hey Shay, the reason why
Hey,
I am
Shay.
more transparent with my 11-year-old
Uh-huh.
than I was with the 31 and the 30-year-old is because I feel like as a mother, I wasn't transparent enough. So when they got in the real world, because they are going to leave you one day.
Yeah, I
And
know
if
that.
you
Mhm.
don't allow them to see, they gotta
My
have a
son
little
knows,
bit of.
but
Hold on, one second.
he knows
As
I'm
a
not.
mother, we
He
think
knows a lot of negative. He knows so much
no,
negative shit
I ain't
about his
saying the
father. I
negative
don't want
stuff,
to
sweetheart.
say,
What I'm
yeah.
saying is, I'm just saying, as
Mm.
mothers, our job is to prepare the seed and the thing that was given to us to be able to fly and be able to fly high. Not to be
Okay.
able to fall and come back to the nest or the coop. They need to be able, when they leave, they have a start in life, they understand, they know what their job is, they understand it all. That's why
From another, okay,
Bino, hold on, Sue Mommy, because Bino,
that's what I was gonna
and I
ask.
don't
I
know,
want to know Bino's
hold
opinion
on,
from a young.
Sue Mommy. Give me
Okay,
1 minute, baby. Because I'm going somewhere with this.
I know,
I don't
Mama,
know
and
Bino's past. I don't know Bino's
you
past.
cutting my heart. Yeah.
No, I'm not
No.
cutting your heart, baby. I'm here with
No,
you. I
you just
promise you
telling.
I'm going
No, I
somewhere to
understand.
help
No,
all of us.
sure.
I got a
Yeah.
message that I'm really trying to get out right now, and I promise
All
it's
right.
gonna help all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Bino is the piece to this puzzle that maybe I'm trying to say that he can maybe say for us. I don't know Bino's story. God honest, I really don't. But I don't believe that Bino, at the age that he is as mature and have the old soul that he has, if he had not experienced some shit in his life, and all of it was not good, ain't nobody sugarcoated shit for him. Somebody gave him opportunity and reason and whatever, because he's very intellectual. He understands the direction that he wants to go, but understand at the same time, when they was teaching him, they wasn't sugarcoating shit. They was letting him know what life is really gonna be, which side you about to choose, but they never made it seem like life was only one part
But
of this
Sweetness,
globe, and that's all I want you to see. They let him
sure.
see it all.
But Sweetness, in my case,
In
my
order
son
for him to
already
see it
knows so
all,
many fucked up
makes him
things
be
about
the man that
his.
he is today, as young as he is, to be able to be who we are. Bino, can you come off mute?
Yeah, Bino,
Heard
yeah.
what I feel in my spirit, because that's exactly who you are.
Yeah, I feel like he should be like exposed to like the reality of what's going on. Like you said, I heard you mention before, like, so he used to be around, like, well, he go around his uncles and stuff. You said his uncles like street type people, but like he need to see shit like that, because like there's like a reality check, and like if he always seeing like the brighter side of things, always seeing good and stuff like that, he not gonna be humble. You know what I'm saying? And it's like sometimes you need to humble yourself and get a reality check. So that's how I see it. But I understand where you coming from too, cause like you already know, like his daddy in jail for murder and shit, and you don't want him going down like
He already
the
knows that.
same path and shit. So
Yeah.
it's like I feel exactly where you're coming from about that. You don't want him hanging around a certain type of people because you don't want him to get persuaded to do certain things, you know what I'm saying? So I feel where you're coming from. So it's really like, you know, you can't, you just gotta try to balance it, but it's like, you know, you just gotta, I don't know.
I
That's
don't
just
feel
my
like
opinion.
I like, okay. Real quick, Bino, I have a question. Like with Sweetness, I appreciate what she said, but my son knows so much negative information about his father. I don't want to bring up, like his I just feel like it's unnecessary, that he abused me. I've taught my son, and also his uncles are, they, thankful. I'm really grateful and thankful that he does have uncles that
Say you
can
won't.
teach him.
Okay,
You say
she
what?
in the background. I was making sure you were woke because I heard some noise. But go ahead,
That was
sister.
me shaking up my soda.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
I'm trying to
That's
break
all I
up my
wanted to
ice.
say to Bino. Bino, thank you so much for your opinion, because
No problem.
So
and
again, there's
Sweetness,
no manual on parenting. I
I
promise you,
can,
there's no
Mama,
manual on
yeah,
parenting. I
sure.
have analyzed,
Wow.
and again, because I have lost a son, I have lost a child. So it's natural for me as a mother to analyze, well, maybe I should have been a little bit more of this or that or that or that. That's going to naturally go through my mind. And I'm not telling anybody that there's a method to parenting. You gotta know each one of your children. I have 3 kids.
I have
And
one.
not,
And they
Yeah.
all different.
they're all different.
Hey,
That's what I'm
Shay. Hey, Mama.
Hey, Shay.
I heard your voice.
Hey,
every
hey,
single
Shay,
one
I'm
of
gonna
my
get you
kids
your
are different.
tracking on Thursday. Well,
Okay,
what's
okay,
yeah,
appreciate you.
on Thursday.
Okay,
So
okay.
every single one of these children are different. And like
Yeah,
even
but
with
sweetness,
my
if your
last
son, if okay, I don't mean to cut you off, Mama. I really don't, and
son, no,
because
you
this is your
good.
platform. But
No,
listen,
it's not about that,
my
Sue.
son already knows a lot of negative things about his father. I don't want to add to that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like him.
But
Okay, we were in abusive.
but I think Sue Mommy is not about adding to the negative things about his father.
I don't want to. That doesn't. He
wait.
doesn't
But
need to
that's
know
not,
that. I
I
feel like,
understand. But
he
what
knows
I'm
enough
saying,
negative
okay,
things about his
so what I'm
father.
saying though, I understand. But what I'm
Where I
saying
don't have to,
in
because
order
my
for
son,
him to
I
be the
really
best,
wish, and even his uncle, but I'm not going to force my son. My son is 16. He can make a decision if he wants to talk to his father.
right? That's true. Can you hear me, Sue?
I think her internet went out.
Okay. Because again, I'm not saying to make the father look bad. That's not my approach, because that's why my kids love their father. Uh-oh, let me remove this one and let her into this one. Hey, Sue, you got your camera on, girl? Sue. Okay, she'll probably come back. Shay, what happened to
Yeah.
you? Okay, there
Nothing
goes Shay.
happened to me. I've been right here the whole time.
Oh, but you was backstage instead of in the camera. So okay,
No,
I
I
wanted to be
was
clear.
right here the
And
whole time.
again, this is not about me making anybody feel any type of way. What I'm saying, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, and I'm not trying to convince anybody any otherwise, okay? I'm just saying, as a mother, sometimes because we're nurturers and we're protectors, we overcompensate in that area. We feel like that these kids can't handle a lot that they really can, and that they really need to understand and know to be able to maneuver in this thing called life. Because let's just keep it 100. We are alive today, but what if we drop dead today? Have you given your children enough information where they will be okay? And a lot of times we say yeah, but the reality is really no. Because as a mother, we want to hold on to our babies as long as we can, but they're not babies anymore. They become young men and they're going to have families one day. And you want them to understand why you don't need to argue and beat on your woman, because and it hurts you to know that somebody beat on me. It's not about making your father look some type of way, because even though I told my oldest 2 kids what their father did to me, they still love that man. I can't say nothing bad about their father because they gonna protect him too. He done been to prison 2 times for nine bids and then some. But they love that man, because whenever I presented it to them, I didn't present it for them to feel or hate their father. I presented it so they will understand. My daughter, I wanted her to understand, you don't allow any man that say he love you to put his hand on you, because that's not love. Because you thought your father loved me, but he did it to me. I needed her to understand from a woman perspective, that's not love. And I needed my son to understand from a male perspective, that's not love. And they knew how much they loved me and how much they loved him. And they like, that ain't healthy. But had I never been transparent about that, they maybe would have did that shit and thought that was love. But I had to be real and honest with my kids, because I never wanted them to accept that type of behavior. So it wasn't about making the father look bad. It was about educating them on what you will or will not accept in your life. So my son would never put his hand on the woman because he like, wow, I love my mother so much, and my father was supposed to love her, but he did that. No, that ain't cool. And then my daughter, as a female, oh no, I'm not accepting this. So she do not come with a dude that's gonna grab her and put her against the wall. But had I never been transparent about that, maybe she would have thought that was love. But I had to tell her that's not love.
Sure.
But had I never told her that, she wouldn't have known what the difference. You feel me?
Sure. And I can understand that. And you know, my son already knows, like, I feel like, you know, regarding his father, in my situation, he knows a lot of information regarding the charge that he got. And
Sue, what happened?
oh my God, my internet keeps messing up, man.
Okay.
I was gonna go live, and then yeah, I don't know what's going on. Go ahead, I'm listening. Sorry. But I just feel like, you know, with my son, I just feel like, you know, he knows enough information, and some things, you know, he does not have to know regarding, as far as like, you know, when I made a decision to have my son, and that was the best decision I've ever made in my life, you know. And but as far as his father putting his hands on me, I just feel like my son, you know, because I'm not holding my son back from seeing his father. And actually, my son contacts his brother to contact my son. I don't get no direct mail to my house. He contacts his brother, but my son looks at his uncle as a father figure. And my son is at the age where he can make the decision if he wants to, you know, see his father or not. Because
So he's never met him before?
No, he's met him before, but he was a baby. My son was born in 2006. We separated in 2007. He wasn't even walking, and then he caught my son's father caught his charge, and then I joined the military in 2009. So, yeah. And then when I joined the military, my son went with my mother at that time, because I wasn't married. But he's the best thing that ever happened to me. And I it's very hard to explain, like, over the internet.
So let me ask you a question, Sue Mommy, because
yes, ma'am.
Children are a gift from the universe. They're a gift from God.
Of course.
And we cannot, and I get it. And
yeah,
you love your gift,
my son,
and you should not. You realize that he's not going to be with you forever, meaning he's going to leave. He's going to have
yes,
his own
I know that. Yeah.
Okay. So are you prepared for that? Because I'm going to be honest with you. You have some mothers that treat these children like they are their husbands. And it's like, that ain't your husband.
No, sure. And I've heard that, and it's
sad and it's sickening, but I hear it, and I don't really talk about it enough. But I dated a guy that I felt like his mother looked at him like that was her husband, and he used to be like, what? Matter of fact, I dated 2 guys like that. And I think it's really sad that mothers do that, because you're setting these young men up to fail. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, they was not created to take care of you. You
Absolutely.
were created to take them. And to
you know what's funny?
No, shit is fucked up to me.
Sure,
I'm
and
sorry.
there's a lot of stories like that. And there's this one woman that I am actually subscribed to that she talks about the situation, and
Yes,
it makes perfect sense. I don't really care what race you are. If you're a single mother, and if you're
yes,
having a biracial child, or if you have it really just a child, a son, for instance, running your
right.
household. No, I've never had that situation with my son. Now I will say this, and I hope that, the women,
Good. Keep it 100, Sue. Keep it 100, Sue. Keep
yeah,
it
I'm
100.
gonna keep it 100. When it comes to my son, like for instance, my son is very smart. He does very well in school. He wants to be an engineer. But for instance, if he decided, he's 16, but if he decided he didn't want to go directly to college, I would want him to do at least, 2 years, in the military. That's my wish for him, because that was my, and
Yeah. Man, I'm so
Still being
nervous
here,
about the
Bino.
military, man, right now.
Okay,
my son, he doesn't like, okay, like for me, I'm Korean, and, my father was Irish. If I can't
Mhm.
check, I don't consider myself Caucasian. I don't consider myself, uh, Asian. If I can't check a box, then I check other. My son, on the other hand, his father is African American or Black American.
Mhm. So what box do you have him check? Because we always been told black is black.
Yeah, but just for that instance, him being on the game or him talking to his friends, I don't like him using that word. It bothers me. Maybe because I'm his mother.
What
But
word? Like
you don't
what
like him
word does
saying
he
nigga,
say?
yeah, no, I don't like that. Yeah. Mm-mm.
but he black
Okay.
though. Well, I mean, I understand. Okay, I understand, but he
Have
black
you
though.
y'all ever heard the one drop rule? If
Huh?
you look at African American history, um, in school, they say
Wait, so
that.
mommy,
If your
being
daddy black,
black
you black. But if your mama
and
black, you
being
black. So it's
African
like,
American, see that word African American and all that shit. That's just the term that the world tried to give to make black seem a little bit different. Let's just say
Absolutely,
black.
I agree.
Okay.
If you look at the movie
So
Roots, for instance, yeah, no, I agree.
exactly.
I
So
agree. Yeah.
your son, although his mother is white and Asian, he is black because he has a black father. So let's
Yeah.
just keep it 100. You got a black
Yeah.
child. He is black.
And I'm
So the
proud to
way
have my child. Yeah.
exactly, I know you are,
Yeah.
Sue. I'm not. I promise you, I'm not taking that away from you.
Sure.
But what Bino is trying to say is, when
Mhm.
he say the word, and we always say, "Oh my God, you cannot." Because, okay, let me tell you, my 11-year-old has Oculus. And I be in here
I know,
screaming to
sweetness. Does that bother you? I mean, you have
yes,
a
it
young
does. Because
child.
I
Yeah.
be in here when he's having conversation on his Oculus from
Yeah.
the time he get home till the time he go to bed. He be like, "Oh,
Sure.
are you racist, nigga? Whatever. Oh, you a cracker?" And they be going back and forth. I have to understand that.
Okay, he's defending himself. That's
I
different.
had to stay out of it and
Okay.
understand that that's the
Sure.
gaming beat. That's just the
Yeah.
gaming world. And it sounds
Yeah.
weird to me because I was sitting up here initially like, cut it off. Did they call you a
Right.
nigga? Oh, you gotta get up. He'd be like, Mom, whatever. And that's just, but I understand that even at 11, my son is mature enough to understand that he's level-headed with where he is, that he gonna get in your head before you get in his head. Because he
Well,
never
Drake,
comes in
Drake,
here.
he
He
talks
never
to other
comes in
people.
here and take
Yeah.
the headset off his head and cry and say, Mama, they call me a nigga. Yes, I'm black. He be like, yeah, nigga, I'm chocolate. Yeah, nigga, I'm black. Oh, what the fuck? You racist? He be, but he don't cuss, but he say, what the fuck?
You know what's
'Cause
crazy? The
that's
difference
new
between
thing
your
now.
son and
They
my
don't
son.
curse, but they curse. And I'll be like, did you just say a word? No, I didn't say it all.
as far as my with Dre, as far as him being on the game and stuff, it's never been, even with his friends, he could be on his phone, and he's like, oh yeah, and I just don't, and he's like, oh ma, you need to chill, like, stop tripping kind of thing. And my son is 16 or whatever, but I personally, like, I don't like him to say, I mean, maybe because I'm
I
his
feel
mother,
him though. I feel him, and I feel you, but I
because
feel.
my son, if you would ask my son, if I put my son on it, well, he's asleep right now, but if I was to put my son on the phone and he was like, what ethnicity are you? He's gonna be like, I'm black.
Mhm.
Point blank, period. And he's like
Exactly.
his father. He's 6. I mean, my son
But
is
so,
damn near
He
mommy,
black.
6'2". Yeah.
understand. This is where the confidence comes in as a mother. I know that even with my 11-year-old, I know what I'm raising. I'm listening. I'm paying attention. I'm in the other room, but I don't always have to intervene because what's in him is in him. You got to trust and have confidence that he knows how to differentiate the gaming world from the real world, from the real reality versus that reality. Just like my son understands, and people think I'm crazy, he understands being on that military game, and he think he in a war versus picking up my pistol, and he understands and respects.
You know what's funny? My son was
respects and understands gun safety. When I say that to people, they like, oh my God, no. Yes, he does. He has shot a AR, like everything.
He's like that with the military. He's like that on the game and with his friends.
I'm just saying,
you know what I'm saying?
To respect weapons, so he understands gun safety. If there is a gun in the room, never feel like it's not loaded. Always understand and
my son don't even know what my gun is. Yeah.
But I've been speaking that in his mind and his head forever. That's why I think as a mother, I can be confident and have a shotgun by the back door and know he's not gonna touch it unless our lives are in danger. He's not gonna be curious to just pick that shit up. Now, if he got mental health issues and you think that he may be suicidal or he may hurt himself, then you would be fucking a fool to have that around. But if that is not the case and everybody is mentally stable and healthy, then you may be good. And I'm not telling nobody to do that either. But what I'm saying is, even as my son being 11 and he's playing that Oculus, and I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I have to sometimes digress and say, I can hear him and he's handling his shit, but it's a game, and he'll get off of that and tell me, Mama, it was just game talk. It was the way we talk. It's all good. Chill out. Like he have to tell me, and he 11. So I have to trust who I raised and where his mindset is. He's not taking that really in because he's grounded. I feel like.
Let me ask you a question, Mom.
You've done a great job that you got to trust your son and just let him be.
Sweetness, I have a question for you because you have a son and you have an 11-year-old son. And Bino, I know you don't have any kids. Shay, I'm not sure if you're still on the platform. But my question, I'm not. I don't know. But what my question is, what is your opinion about the military? Like, would you? Okay, say for instance, your son, when he becomes.
I wanna speak on it too.
Yeah.
You
from a man's perspective, please.
If it come down,
real deep, okay?
If it come down to it, and I'm down to my motherfucking last, you damn right I'm going. Fuck it. It is what it is.
I used to be extremely okay. I want y'all to hear me out real clear. I used to be.
Back. I ain't got a call. I'm back.
Hey, Shay.
I come from a military background, meaning on both sides of my family. We got the highest rank that you can get in the military on both sides of my family, okay?
Okay.
So I've never been against it. But now that I've lost one son, And I got my baby boy that says I want to be CIA, military. Like I pay $150 a month for his motherfucking vest. He have tactical gear. He have helmets, vests. He got real live shit that people pay money for that are in this shit. And I know that that's where his mind
And
is
he's
headed.
11?
Do something. Oh my God, he is so analytical.
Wow.
To have a
Okay.
conversation with him, you would be like, can I just see something? Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
He
that's my
is
boy there.
definitely, I'm going to say this. You have some people that come into this universe. We always talk about MLKs or whatever, but I have a child in the room that has a purpose in his life that is greater than me or himself. And I understand that, and I'm trying to cultivate that because it's bigger than me. Because that's the conversations that I have with that little boy at 11 that I can't have with some grown men.
Wow.
You understand me?
That's
and it's
crazy.
some grown
Yeah.
men that talk to my son and they like, what? Like, has he been here
So if your
before?
son was like, what if your son was like, Mom, I want to, you know, when he turned 18, for instance, and he was like, you know, Mom, I want to join the military. How would you feel about that?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Sue Mommy. He already said it, and he already said, if I go and I die, that's what I was supposed to do. He's telling me
Oh,
this.
God.
He's preparing me.
He said that?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I got
nah, because you go don't mean you gotta die.
No. But he is saying that is part of what you sign up for. I'm gonna tell you, I'm on YouTube right now. My son be on YouTube every day, and he studies his craft. If he say he want to be a CIA agent, he gonna study whatever they do, and he's gonna master it. He's not just fantasizing what they do. He's going to look at every video of what they do to make the best decision for him and say, okay, that's what I want to do. Who does that at 11 years old? Who does that at 20-something years old? People just say that's what they want to do and they don't study. That's what he does. And he blows my mind that I be like, oh my God, I can't take no more.
He's blowing my mind.
Yeah, so
11.
I know that my son is way
Yeah.
beyond his time. And I have to understand that even though he was given to me for whatever point of time in my life, I know that he was given to the universe and the world too. So I have to understand that he is the living sacrifice, and whatever the world has for him, whatever his mission and promise was when he came here, I have to allow him to do that. Whether it's to go and do that or whatever, I have to be okay with that. Because if anything else is being selfish as a mother, I hate it. I wouldn't want him to do it. Because me being a mother that has already lost a child, naturally you want them to take the minimal risk.
Sure.
But if that's what he choose, I have to let him.
Wow. Your son is wow. That's you know what, Sweetness? I've never heard a story for him to be as young as he is saying the things that he said that had him be that's I can't
scary.
even.
It's scary for me as a mother, and Shay and anybody who knows me. I can literally take this. I wish I could take this video in his room and pull up all his tactical vests and helmets and backpacks. And he got survival kits. He got shit that most adults don't have if they gotta get up and leave tomorrow. He got that shit. Like today, it got dark outside. He opened up the door and he say, it's about the storm. I smell it. I see it in the air. He came to my computer and pulled up his weather app and say, do you see? This is happening right now. It's a circle. We need to be concerned because it's a tornado in the area, but they said it was just rain. He's 11 and he pulling up this shit for me. I'm sitting up here with windows open, blinds open, working.
Wow.
I'm just thinking it's dark clouds. But he done damn pulled up the whole goddamn forecast on my ass. I know what I'm saying.
Bino, granted, I know you don't have any children, right?
Right.
But if you ever had a son or even a daughter,
But now speak from
for
his
the
about himself though. I want to hear what Bino got to say, but he said he wanted to speak on that. But I also wanted to speak real quick. I'm back up because I missed this topic because of my phone call. Can I put that in real quick or no?
it's up to Sweetness. Yeah, it's her channel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all talk. I'm
Okay.
here with
What was
y'all.
the
Talk.
question
Okay.
again?
What I
No,
was
the question that I had, and I was also going to ask Shay as well. But the question I have, like, granted, I know that you don't have any children of your
Mm,
own, but say you have a daughter or a son, and
mm.
say, for instance, they want to join, or would you be against them joining the military in the future? You know.
Oh, you know
also I want
what?
to know about Bino if he said
If
well
I
he had
have, okay, if I got like two children, no, like multiple. It's just so, it sounds so weird to say it like this, but like I would like to have multiple kids. So
well
it's
it don't
like
matter how many
if
you
that's
got. If
what
you
they
lose a
choose to
couple,
do,
it's still the
then
same.
I
It
don't.
still hit hard.
Yeah,
Okay, say
it's
you have
like
a son. Say you have a son and you have a daughter. Say you have two children, right?
okay,
And
okay.
say one of them want to, like, okay, granted, okay, you're like, okay, I want you to go to, of course, every parent,
Hmm.
I tell, want to go to college, and they're like, okay, well, I want to go to college. I think I want to, join the military. How would you feel about that? Is what I'm saying. Not coming
Okay,
from a
okay,
military
no.
background.
Well,
Well,
you
for
can't
one
assume
of
every
them, well,
parent wants their kid
I'm
to
just
go
gonna
to
say
college
no
though.
because it's just like it's a whole lot of what ifs when it comes to the military, and I just I don't know. It's not worth like I don't feel like it's just worth like giving
So
up everything. To
being
be
your age,
honest,
if they were to do a draft, you would be one of the at the
yes,
tip
I
top
would
of the
have to
list.
go.
So okay, that's what I was gonna ask. Would you go, or would you be like, you know what, I got asthma, and I'm my only
Nah,
son.
well, shit, I am on drugs, but I would go if they let me go. But I'll be on drugs and shit, so I'm not gonna. They're not gonna. You know what I'm saying? They're not
And
gonna
you
pick
and
me.
you your mama's only son too, ain't you?
Nah, I got a big brother.
Oh, I didn't
Okay.
know that. Okay.
Okay. So she's speaking, like, as far as with you. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wrap my comments all together. Okay. My oldest son, his daddy white. That probably blew y'all socks off, huh?
Okay.
And
Ooh.
I didn't let him grow up saying the N word because I was not. Even though I'm black, at that time, I was at a time in my life because I went to predominantly white schools and universities and stuff. I was not a person who was raised even with like saying nigga. Like we didn't. My mama didn't play that shit. My grandparents know you ain't gonna be saying the N word. Like it was you was cussing if you said it. So
Sure.
I
Mm.
was not. And like I said, I had him young.
Mhm.
I ain't want him getting jumped by at school and shit. But actually, he
So
looked
pretty
his
much
best.
you have a biracial child, like myself.
Right, right,
Yeah.
exactly. His daddy got
And yeah.
blonde hair
But like
and
this, would I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry. I just want to say this real quick. Sue, like, is he like more? Is he like okay? Shit, fuck it. Is he more like towards
You know,
like the
I'll
black side, or is he
I
more
will send
like?
you a picture of my son, and my son actually he doesn't, he don't look, my son is, he's 16. He just turned 16 March the
Uh huh.
2nd. He's 6'1", damn near 6'2". He, like, towers me. I'm five, and I'm five
So he
seven. Yeah,
so
but
he
baby.
looked
Like
so
who
he
baby
looked
you
I'm
got
gonna
black.
with
send you.
Like he looked black.
Vino,
like
I'm gonna send you a picture of my son,
Okay.
and
like
usually, yeah, so you can
like
see if, yeah.
my
Cause this is
Um,
people
like I'm just
people be like
saying
what used
like
to be like who who baby you got, you know, and I'm like, this is my
Hold
baby. I'm
on.
like, girl, that's not your
I
baby.
just feel like
Pictures.
for me as a mother, as a mother, I will
Hold
say
on.
this: if
I
my
seen
son,
pictures. Hold on. I seen pictures
all right,
of Shay, oldest son that's biracial, and he does
mhm.
not look black. You
And
can
my
tell that
granddaughter,
he is biracial. And I looked at her grandbaby, and her grandbaby looks white. But either
Mhm.
cause her
way,
mama white,
exactly.
and my
But
son is half black and half
either
white.
way, at the end of the day, that shit runs through your motherfucking veins. So whether we
But
If
try,
Sure.
your daddy black, you black. Fuck. But if
exactly.
okay,
even
but
if
his
your
daddy
mama, you know what I'm
white, so
saying?
what that mean? Okay, but see, and here's the thing, here's the catch.
No, you black, so he black too.
My
Anything
grandmother
Mr.
was
Black
half
is
white
black.
and
It
half
ain't
black,
about
so
the
that,
father, it's about the
so
blackness.
y'all going by the
Anything
one
black
drop
is
rule
black.
then.
You know
Y'all going
what,
by the one
Yes.
drop rule.
Shay? You know what,
Yes.
Shay? You know what? I read. So when I was in college, I read a couple of books, and you know, I took a course actually on African American history, and
I
you
always
know,
checked out black for my son, but just because you don't,
it's not even
you
just
being
about
black,
it's
but
not
I'm
even
saying,
just about
but no,
movies.
but no, I'm saying even
They
with my
do,
son being half black, half
yeah.
white, that don't mean that I condone the N
A
word. Like
lot
I
of
said, I
people.
was taught growing up that was cussing. My parents and grandparents didn't allow us to say nigga. So even
Hmm.
since I wasn't allowed to say it growing up, I was raising him the same way.
I
Now,
don't want my
like
son to say that either, and I'm
I
with
almost
you.
like
I'm
almost
a,
the
I'm
same way that Sweetness got a second child and she got adult kids. I mean, not a second child. It's almost like a whole new generation. Well, it is a whole generation because her
It
oldest
is a
is
different
31 and
generation.
30,
My son
and
was
then
born in
he's 11.
2006.
They 20
Yeah.
years apart. No, I'm talking about, no, I'm talking
Yeah.
about, no, I'm talking about Sweetness kids. You know, she got older generation set of kids, and then she got her baby boy, and he in a whole different generation. And
Mm-hmm.
they even like even with her 31-year-old daughter, she grew up in a different time frame, just like my 26-year-old son. They didn't grow up with this online culture the way it is. It's been it even though they not that old, shit done changed a lot since they fucking grew up. Now I had internet at home ever since like 97, 98, but I was one of the few
Did you?
people. Yeah, I was
You
one of
was
the
a
few people
lucky one. Shit,
that
I
had
didn't have that.
internet at home. But I
Yeah, I
always
didn't
have
have
had
that.
internet. Like I had
Well,
internet
sweetness.
like that was.
Are your children? Do you have biracial children? Just curious. Or are your
No, her
children
kid's black.
No, I do
okay?
not. And
Okay.
um
Because regarding
um
to the one
You
drop
don't
rule,
indulge in
you
what?
know.
Shit,
huh?
I'm mixed, but I'm my mama kid. I'm a shit. I got a tongue twister. I'm my mama's only like mixed child.
I believe we're all
So
mixed
you
in
part
some
Mexican, Bino?
form of fashion,
Huh?
but
You part Hispanic?
Yeah, I'm mixed with
Oh,
Hispanic.
okay. So see, that's what I'm saying. But here's the thing, though.
Mhm.
Like, okay, you got more color than my son got. But like I said, my thing was like we were, and when I was growing up, we weren't allowed to say that. And even like my grandparents on my mama's side,
mhm.
like my grandmother, she was here. I guess she was mixed race, you would say, because my great grandma was white and Indian, and
Hmm.
my great granddaddy black. So my mom and them was raised. They sure didn't say the N word. Okay, they didn't say nigga. But now that as I got older and I branched out and I was around more black people, like y'all gotta realize I was the only black girl on my basketball team, on my volleyball team. I was like in most of my
Shay.
classes, I was the only black girl.
Yeah.
So
I don't like that word. You know, I'm from Philly, and my father. Now, have I done like Ancestry.com? No, I haven't. But most of my father on my father's side, they were Quaker, you know, Quakers, if you will. And my son was born before my father passed away. My father passed away in 2010. I didn't grow up. You know, maybe I'm, you know, special, but I didn't grow up in a racial household as far as like, oh yeah, these people are X, Y, and Z. I actually grew up mostly around, you know, I went to a predominantly different I don't want to say different, but you know, what's the word?
black? You got a
No,
bunch
because
of
I grew up around a lot of Hispanic people as well, and me and my brother, because I have a brother and he's 3 years younger than I am. We grew up in a school that wasn't, just an all white school. I'm from
right. My
Philly,
schools was all
so
white. But the crazy part about it, and when you
yeah.
just said Hispanic, my daddy even like when I talked to my daddy even
Uh-huh.
said he remember when he first saw his first Hispanic person, he was like, "What are they? They not black or they not white." So imagine, like
Bless
where
your
I grew up,
daddy's heart.
there was no Asians in my school
Sure.
until I
And
went to the
most of, I mean,
University of Texas.
I have one homegirl that I still keep in contact with to this day, and she actually she joined the Air Force, and we still keep in contact. But I'm gonna be honest with you, most of, like my two best friends, they were, I don't know what's the proper word, Black American, African American, and then, the first guy, even in high school, well, my baby's father is not my high school sweetheart, but you know, um, my high school sweetheart was, he was Puerto Rican and black. He was
Okay,
mixed, I
see, like
guess.
my high school sweetheart
Yeah.
was white, and what's so crazy about it? Like after all these years, I got in touch with a girl I went to high school with, and she
Uh-huh.
saw my kids, and she was like, "Dang, Shay, I'm so shocked." And I was like, "What you mean?" She was like, "I never thought you would ever date a black dude." I was like, "What?"
Really? Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, I have
She was
actually
like,
have a
"Cause you was
friend.
with you, she was like you with the white boy in high school and stuff, so I just never could picture you with a
Hmm.
black dude." And
Well,
that right there tripped me the hell out.
in my case, like, I came from a poor family. I couldn't afford. I mean, granted, I made good grades in high school, and I didn't know what I was gonna do. I'll be honest with you. And when I joined the military, it was later on in life. And honestly, I got involved with a guy who was, in the streets, and he was a drug dealer or what have you. And I got pregnant, and I was, initially gonna have an abortion because he wasn't the man I knew I wanted to be with. But when I saw my son on the sonogram, and I'll never tell my son this, I don't call me a bad mother, call me whatever you want to call. I'm never gonna tell my son that, you know, like, yeah, I was
Right.
gonna, have an abortion. I'm never gonna do that. No. Um, and so I decided to have my son, and I didn't know what I was gonna do. I had to get on HUD. I had to get on, HUD assistance. I had to get on food stamps. I got TANF, and all of my friends were in the same situation that I was in with this, with a kid that was on assistance, and I just knew I wanted something better for my life. And mind you, my brother,
Yeah.
he was in prison. I mean, well, he wasn't in prison at the time, but he's been in and out of juvenile, because we didn't grow up with a mother. Like, my childhood was kind of, that's a whole nother story, but you know, um I didn't have any family. Like, I didn't, with my mother, she left, and I hated her. I didn't speak to her till I was 18 years old. And but when I had my son, she came back into my life, and his mother was also there, my son's father. And
Mhm.
she ended up passing away from cancer, like two
Oh, that's
years before
sorry,
I even
isn't it?
joined the military. Yeah, it was really difficult. And if it wasn't, so, and then, he has two brothers, and, my out, like, granted, like, for me having a kid, like, I remember I told my homegirl, Aisha, I told her, I mean, I could put her on three right now.
Aisha.
And she was like, Sue, you gonna join the military? She was like, what the fuck you gonna do in the military? I was like, look, I'm not trying to be on welfare, for the rest of my fucking life, taking care of my son. You know what I'm saying? I got, so
Yeah.
that was initially why I joined the military. My son was the reason I joined the military. If I never had a kid, I don't know where I would be. at this point in my
Yeah, I
life.
had my son my
Yeah,
senior year in high school, and I still graduated fifth in my class with honors in National Honor Society. And I went to the University of first. Well, I started out at Sam Houston State University, and then I transferred to University of Texas at Arlington. But I say that to
sure.
say this:
Mm,
okay, if my sons, if one of my sons were to say that they wanted to join the military, I would be as supportive as I could be in front of them, but when they weren't around, I would probably be crying my eyes out because that's not really what I want for my son. But I would have to respect their wishes, and that's their life, and it's
sure.
up to them to make their life decisions. So therefore, I would have to support
Hmm.
him. You know what I'm saying? Either one of my sons.
Shay,
Now, as
let me.
far as the college thing, huh?
No, I just wanted to say this real quick. Of course, I have saved money. I want my son to go to college, you know. Uh, but at the same time, he's 16 and he's going to be graduating from high school very soon. I don't want my son to sit around and be like, and Bino, you being a young person, I'm not sure if you were like when you graduated from high school, just was like, yo, I want to just like, give me some time. You know what I'm saying? Figure out you know, what it is that I want to do with my life, whether I want to go to school.
Nah, I,
Yeah,
I I
from a
went to
young
college. I
person.
said, "Fuck that! I'm gonna go
Okay.
to college." But nah,
Did
I
your
ain't
mother
You
gonna
said
have
pressure
what
to
you?
now?
2 semesters though.
Did your mother or like any family members pressure you
Because
into going to school?
Nah, nah,
I
they
wanna
didn't.
keep it, I wanna keep it 100. Okay, if the military is gonna save your life because you in the streets, you in danger of doing some things that you may not want to do, and you don't feel like being an entrepreneur or college is the thing for you, then if because you taking a chance and you playing Russian roulette either way,
Mm,
and you gonna get in and get out, then
mm,
maybe. But to me, I work for the federal government, and I honestly don't believe in the system because this same system is killing our black men. So why am I gonna go
So
and risk
yes,
my life and
Oh,
fight for some
sweetness, you
shit?
remind me of my good friend Candace, man.
I mean,
She,
I'm just keeping 100.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
want another black man to go
Of
over there and fight
course,
for something, but they are
sure.
not. The system is not even fighting for them now. Like on, I mean, keep it 100, but you gonna risk your life. But if risking your life is either that or you may die
Hmm.
anyway, then that's a safe bet of you risking your life because
So in
you're
my
gonna get
case,
injured,
in
you
my
gonna get
case with my
other stuff.
son, in my case with my son, I have been saving money since he was born. Um, to savings bonds when I was in the military, even when I got out the military. And for me, the military was, and granted, I did go to Afghanistan. I did 2 tours in Afghanistan, and I never actually suffered from anxiety until after I got back. And I
do you
am
feel like
on.
the military fucked your head up?
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. No. I just everybody is different. Everybody handles different things different. I was a 68 whiskey 68W, and I was a medic in the military. And but when you lose people that are close to you, um that went to AIT with, and you experience things with, and then say for instance someone passes away, um it's very traumatizing.
Most
It's
definitely.
Yeah,
I done buried
for
two of my
sure.
kids, so that's
Yeah,
why I can say,
sure.
it'll be hard as hell to send
Yeah,
them out to war. But as far as the
but as far as with my son, let me say this: my son is 16. He's going to be in the 10th grade, and my son gets great grades, and I want him to go to college. My son, he told me he wants to, and in my mind, and I have not said this to my son, but in my mind, I'm like, how many children, let's just say, that are tall, that are great in basketball, that have great grades. I'm not saying my son can never make it in the NBA. That's his dream. That's my son's dream. My son is my son is 16. He's like 6'2". You know what I'm saying? He's very tall.
It's too mommy.
6'2" ain't that tall in the grand
I wanna ask everybody a real reality question, because see,
yes, ma'am.
This is where society tell us what we should direct or how we should be directing our children. A lot of these kids go to college because that's what we told them that they should be doing. But what is the purpose of them going to college? Because a lot of times you leave school and you so fucking in debt, you want to goddamn, you can't even work because you working to pay back in school. So what is
100 racks, so I know.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, what is the purpose of
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that. And let me say this.
What I'm saying is some people say, oh, the experience. But again, we were embedded. You graduate, you go to college.
I never went to college.
Nobody ever talked about
until I joined the military.
I know, but what I'm saying is, for me, as a mother,
sure,
I have to look at the individual that I'm raising and say,
right,
what type of child is this? Is this a child that's gonna go to college, get this degree, become a doctor? The money ain't gonna matter because they're gonna be able to pay that shit back, and they're gonna be
this son can get a full scholarship. He can go to an Ivy League school.
But I want you to know. I want you to know.
Understand is, but what I'm saying is, you got some kids that don't fit in a box. It's a circle that don't fit in a square. So you have to say, I am not going to tell you that that's what you need to do, because in my mind, that's what society say I'm supposed to be pushing. No, I need you to be great no matter what. Just like you just said, my daughter didn't go to college, and I'm so fucking proud of her. It ain't got nothing to do with a degree or accolade.
College doesn't necessarily mean
going to college. Just means
I know, but what I'm saying is, you have to know your child, because you do not want your child to feel the pressure. And let's keep it 100. And I want everybody to hear me straight and clear. Sometimes because we push a narrative so much, and the child does not want to disappoint you, I'm going to say this real slow and quietly, because I need y'all to get it as parents. They will do shit.
Who to get it?
They will do shit for you to please you, but it ain't
absolutely. I knew you were gonna say that. Sweetness.
Okay,
good
so my thing is, if you keep saying college, and your child really saying, I ain't trying to do that, then they'll go.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, I did that shit to satisfy my auntie. I ain't gonna lie.
Y'all say, because that's what the fuck you say.
And Bino is a younger, he's a younger person. So, Bino, let me ask you, Mom, Sweetness, I don't mean to cut you off, but quick question for Bino. Like, Bino, has your mother or your relatives or anyone in your life before you graduated from high school said, hey, you need to do X, Y, and Z, or
he just said he went to college for his ain't to satisfy.
Yeah, I know he went to okay. So did you do that for your
shit? Yeah, I did that shit for my auntie. Like,
you did it for your auntie?
I did it for the experience, but I did it for my auntie. Like, I did it for her for real, because shit.
Really?
I just wanted. She spent her money and shit, so it's like, damn, I gotta.
But do y'all know there's so many resources out there that you ain't gotta really pay for college if you are in a certain income bracket. Like Sue, I hate to tell you, but you said you went to the Army because you couldn't afford to go to college. Baby, if you are on all them programs it wouldn't have been nothing for
Well,
you to get Pell Grants and
sure. And let me
and
say this to you, Shay. So when I joined the military, you're right. I actually took some college courses, which initially where I'm in my career today. And as far as with my son, you know, my son still has TRICARE because he is. I have USAA because I'm retired, you know, but
USA.
my son still has TRICARE, so he still has insurance through the military until he makes his decision. You know, but my son is 16.
but and I'm so
However, no, listen, real quick. For me, and granted, I'm gonna be honest with you, Shay, and this is kind of embarrassing to admit, but fuck it, I'm gonna admit it. I don't have a lot of family, you know. I have my mother. My father passed away in 2010. I have my brother. He has his own life, and you know, I have as when it comes to my son, I have my mother, and then thankfully my son has his even though his father's in prison, at the present moment, he still has his two uncles, and then you know his grandfather. So uh, you know, in my situation, I told my son, I mean, regardless, I just don't want my son to. And Shay, I'm sure as a parent you understand this. You don't want your child to. I have a, you know, I have a boy, but you know, I don't want my son to sit around and lollygag for like a whole year. I want him to figure out whether he wants to go to
a year is
college,
not a lot of
whether he
time
wants
for a
to
I
go
was
child
just
to
to.
gonna
decide what
say,
they
you're
want
not
to
a
do.
long time. He got his whole life
A
ahead of him.
year,
You ain't nothing to like
do you,
sit
do
and
you know
think
that that's
about
why
something.
that
Plus,
do you
he's
know that
still like he gonna be 18 when he graduate or 17. So still, that's ain't nothing but a year. He's
Yeah.
still in his
that ain't
teens.
that, but
So
do you know
that's just a year.
a lot of people end up with horrible credit because their family starts them out with
Wait,
when you
credit.
get eight. Yes, I'm gonna get into it with horrible
All right.
credit because
Uh-huh.
um they a lot of I'm gonna say black people and maybe
I've
other
never done that with
ethnicities
my
too.
son. I've never used his name.
No, I ain't even say that. You're not letting me finish
Okay.
my
All
sentence.
right, well,
What I'm
I'm
saying
listening, but I'm
is
like, good grief.
because
Like,
they
what are you talking
grown when
about?
you get
Yeah,
18, you grown, you need to get your
sure.
own shit, and
Uh-huh.
they not ready for the
Yeah.
financial responsibility of getting their own
Absolutely.
apartment and trying to
Absolutely.
get this and get that, and then they end
Sure.
up with an addiction and having to come back home with their parents, and now their credit fucked up, and then now they in a bad situation, and then you can't get a good job because your credit fucked up, and you can't pay your bills because you don't have a good job, and you can't get a good job because you got fucked
Sure.
up credit, so you in a
Hmm.
motherfucking Twilight
Exactly,
Zone.
So
because
from
guess
my
what?
son, I'm just speaking.
Your
I only have
your
one
child
child. I only
should
have
be
one
able to
child.
piggyback. Your child should be able to piggyback off your credit as you know a
Yeah,
co-signer or
fuck that. My
whatever.
son is
Like
gonna come
for
back
real,
home
for real.
with me because
You
But
set
18
them
does
up.
not does not.
But you
Granted,
saying
in the
18,
law.
you say he needs to go to college and this and that. You say you don't want him to spend
No,
a
of
year
course I
Yeah,
want my
already.
you're not.
son. I mean, I want my son to do better than and for him to do
But listen,
two
going to college is not the end all be all. That's the problem with
or
a lot of
Exactly.
people.
2 years in the military. You
But
know, for
here's the thing.
No,
instance,
no,
But
no,
people can
no.
also
that's
still
Sumami.
go.
my dream from you
Yeah,
know.
but see,
But
you
at
know
the
what?
same
Let
time,
me
if
tell
my
you,
son
But
didn't take that decision, I'm not gonna kick him out the
Sumami.
house
No, no,
because
no,
he's
no. But
18.
just
Sumami.
Okay,
let it be. What
That's
what is
what
I'm
I'm
he
listening.
saying?
saying.
But
Ladies,
That's
I'm
what
also
I'm
listening. I'm
saying.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Hold on,
listening. I'm
hold on,
listening.
hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Sumami. That's what I'm saying. That's the error as parents that we make. Because you got in your mind and your
that's
thought
your
process
dream.
of
That's
who he
your
should
life.
be and how he should be. But what if he decide the military or college is not for him? It's
And he
up
Okay,
to
want to
what
be an
about a
him.
trade school?
and he want
No,
to be an
no,
I
no.
mean,
entrepreneur.
Okay, but
want your son to go to a trade school
but
or the
listen,
military to get some type
Sumami,
of trade?
Sumami. What I'm trying to tell you is
Moms,
you're
sweetness.
wait. You're saying this right now to us, but that's not the narrative you're giving to your son. That's why you need to be honest with him and say, No matter what you decide to do in life, I love you anyway. I got
You
your
ladies
back.
are gonna make me cry
Do
tonight.
not
And
put
then
that, do
also,
not put
so
that pressure on
Oh
him
God.
to be whatever you
So
feel
what am
like.
I supposed to tell
but
my
listen,
son?
listen, Sue.
Because
Plus,
I
I
don't have
want
a
you to
lot of
realize this.
family.
But
Let me
listen,
No,
Sue,
let
I'm
me just
saying
say
don't
this.
do
I don't
that
have a
to
lot of
him. Don't
family.
do that.
But listen, Sue, I want you to realize this too, honey. I'm not trying to rain on your parade or your child's
Hmm.
parade either. But do you know that there's
Of course.
like a small percentage of people that go to the NBA, and 6'2" is not tall for the NBA. Baby,
It's
that's
not even
short.
it's not even
That's
about the
short.
NBA. I
No,
told my son,
I'm saying you keep saying he's tall. He want to go to the NBA. Has he ever even played in the AAU?
okay, what I'm saying is,
Have
okay,
have,
that
have he played in AAU leagues?
no, he has not. But what I'm saying is, okay, my son, okay, and I don't want to cry, because this is a very sensitive topic. We're talking about our
Please don't
kids.
cry.
No, I'm not gonna cry. I'm gonna try not to cry. Now, granted, I know he's tall, and he don't get me wrong. My son can play some basketball. However, I really would like for as his mother, I would like for him to go to college. If he doesn't want to go to college, get a either go to a trade school. If he doesn't want to go to trade school, I want him to go to the military for 2 years at least. I don't want my son to graduate from high school and then be sitting around and not doing anything. That's going to make him, you know, lazy in a sense. And that's
That,
just my opinion, you know.
but that's not the
And
only option, though. I mean, he could easily become an entrepreneur, have his own company, and do many
yeah, he
things.
could do all of that.
But what if
Going
he
But
to
I
don't
don't
want to
college,
go
want my
to the military though?
yeah, going to college is just
go ahead.
you know what
What'd you
that
say,
is?
Bino? What did you say,
I
Bino?
said, but what if he don't want to go to the military though?
I'm not forcing him to go into the
Oh, okay,
military, but
okay.
what I'm saying is, I have I've been a single parent for a long time, and I've saved, I have savings bonds for my son, and I of course, we have a good rapport. My son is 16 now. He just turned 16, and I really want him to. I don't care if I have to work 2, 3 jobs, whatever I have to do. If my son wants to go to college, I want my son to focus all. I don't care what I have to do, to focus his schooling on, his education as his mother. And granted, he has his father's family. He doesn't have his father, but he has his father's family. But I'm not even really dependent upon them. Uh, and if he doesn't want to do that, like say for instance, if he was like, "Oh, ma, I want to, just chill," like, no, because it's gonna make you. I'm just going through my experience. Do you understand what I'm saying? I made great
Your experience,
grades. I
your
graduated
experience.
with a 4.0 GPA. I
Well, you
could
could
have,
have
if I
went to any
applied for
college you want
scholarships, I would
to.
have, yeah, I could have, if I
Well, you were
applied
saying you
for
didn't go to college because
scholarships,
you said because you didn't
I didn't
have
have the
GPA
money to
before.
go to college,
But
honey.
that's with a GPA like that, you didn't have to have no money, honey.
No,
But
that's not necessarily true.
What I'm
Okay.
saying to you is,
I
as a
bet you.
mother, you're saying this stuff to us, but you are feeding your son a different narrative. You've given him 2 options: college, or I don't want you
The
sitting around,
military.
son. You need to
Yeah.
at least go to
You're
military
right.
for 2 years. But in
Yeah.
his mind, he may be honestly feeling like, I don't want to do neither one of those. But because you are already setting the narrative in his mind, you're not allowing him to be open to be who he needs to be organically. So you need to have a different conversation with your son that you love and say, baby boy, I may have said this is what I ideally would want you to do, but what do you really want to do? Whenever
Okay,
you
sweetness,
figure it out, let me know.
with
And
your
it may
son.
not be what mama said that you should
Okay.
do, because that's what I'm thinking, but that may
So
not be what's
sweetness.
best for you. What do you want?
Every mother, Shay's a mother. You're a mother. I
And I'm
mean, don't
telling
you want
you,
your,
I had
okay.
no. Listen, I had
All
to
right.
say to myself, and that's why I'm saying, even as a mother with
I,
all 3 of my
No,
kids.
ladies, please don't make me cry
I
tonight.
just want
No,
my kid to
I'm
be
being
what
I'm
I
being
just want my kid to be
100 and
happy with whatever they do.
transparent,
No, I
because
Right.
understand that.
my parents never pushed a narrative on me. So when I had my kids, I never pushed the narrative. I pushed them to their potential.
Where do you come from? Well, Sweetness, do you come from money? Because I don't come from money. I don't come from money. I don't come from
what I'm saying is, as a mother, if you going in that direction, I'm gonna be your biggest fan and your biggest cheerleader. I never pushed my own narrative. My parents never pushed a narrative on me. If I said I wanted to be a nurse, they was gonna push the narrative of a nurse because that's what I
You
wanted
were
to
blessed because I didn't have that family.
To do X, Y, and Z.
I didn't speak to my mother till I was 18 years. Okay.
I understand, but I'm saying now that you're a mother and you know that didn't serve you well, stop trying to make your son be and do things that you was not able to do.
I don't want my
That's
son to
not
go
your job.
through. Sweetness, let me say this. And I don't want to cry.
No, it's
because
okay.
I know y'all mean well. I like with you, especially with you, like, you know, just you know,
I mean well as well, honey.
and Shay also, you know, Shay, I don't know your story, but Sweetness, like, you know, you share so much, and I with my son, you know, it's my only child,
It's
and
okay.
I don't.
But guess
No.
what? So, mommy, I
just want my son to have a better life than I had.
I want you to understand this.
And Shay, I'm sure
gonna
she
love
feels the
your
same way
son.
for her
Wait a minute. I'm
child.
gonna ask you this as a mother. You gonna love your son regardless of what the fuck he got behind his name and who he become, because you are his mother. You gonna love him regardless. So who gives a fuck if he go to college, the military, or whatever? You're still his mother, and you're gonna be proud of him, and you're gonna love him.
I just don't want him to struggle the way that I did.
No. That's what he need to know, because the narrative is,
Moms, if I didn't join the military, I would not have been able to get the job. No, listen, I would not have been able to get the job with the state that I have.
Hold on, because I'm about to clear the narrative that people believe that underprivileged children are not happy. You have some children that their mothers or parents don't even make $25,000 a year combined, but them kids are fucking happy, and they become amazing individuals in this universe and in this metaverse.
Being impoverished doesn't mean unhappy.
It's not about.
Because this is a capitalistic society.
It's not about the title. It's not about the money. It's about what you got inside of you. So you, as his mother, you should say, regardless, because I hear what you keep pushing this narrative of underprivileged and him not having. If he got what he's supposed to have in him,
I didn't have growing up.
No matter where he is, he's gonna be okay. That's what you gotta trust, because what you put inside of him, he gonna make.
He's a black man in America, Mom. He's a black man in America. How, you know, especially in 2022.
He'll be okay as long as he got. As long as he's rooted.
I worry about that. You hear these stories?
Wait. No,
Mom,
no.
Do you hear these stories?
Wait. No. Let's keep it real.
My kids are black in America.
Wait a minute, Sue Mommy. Because he's black in America, his money is not gonna make a difference if they shoot his ass down because he's black in America. His wallet ain't gonna matter.
But look at how he's living.
Matter because he's black in America. Because he's black in America, his level of education does not make a difference.
Exactly. That just scares me.
Okay, so my point is, you can send him to the military, you can send him to college, and he be riding down the motherfucking street in his Maybach, and they shoot his ass down, and they don't give a fuck that he served the country because he black. None of that ain't gonna matter. But you spent your time and your years wasting making him this person that when they pull his ass over in the car, he's black. That's all they see.
Regardless.
They don't see his accolades or degrees. So none of that should matter, because that's not setting him up for success. But what he got in him is the most important thing that you can give him as a mother.
All right, Mom. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with a 16-year-old kid, being a single, I mean, mind you, I'm not dating and, having a phone conversation or anything like this. I'm not dating anyone serious. What am I supposed to do? His father's in prison,
It's okay. You're doing what you're supposed to
No,
do.
what am
As a
what am
mother,
I
wait.
supposed to do?
So, mommy,
I
you
I knew I
love
was gonna
him.
cry on
You
your
love
fucking
him.
platform. I
You
swear to God.
So, mommy, you love him,
Yeah.
and you let him know that life is not a bed of roses. Son, let's deal with the reality. You are Black in America. Yes, when you walk out of the door, you have to fear for your life. That's the reality that we live in today.
But
That
see,
you
it's
can't
not
just
like
hold on. You just can't get in the car and think you're going to the corner store and you may be okay making it back home. Let me give you some safety tips
Moms,
that
why
may
you
be
gotta dig into my heart like this? Like,
no.
oh
I'm
my
keeping
God.
it 100. Let
Oh
me give
shit.
you some
The fucking
safety
hurt.
tips, bud, because I swear, when my son started motherfucking driving and leaving me, he need to understand that if you get pulled over, your
Oh
ass is black
God.
right now. Put your motherfucking hands on the steering wheel. Don't motherfucking move. They tell you to put them keys. I need him to understand that.
I
I
knew
don't
if I
need
was
him to
gonna
feel like,
I knew if I was
hold on.
gonna
Wait a minute. I
Okay.
don't need him to feel like because he's driving some nice shit that they not gonna
No,
treat.
listen. I
Him
knew if I was gonna
whenever they
comment
pull
on
up
your
on your
stream
black
and
ass,
be
you
involved in
can
your
be
stream,
in
you
a
were gonna
car.
make
Hold
me fucking cry,
on. Let me
moms.
real quick. You can be in a motherfucking car that costs $100,000. You can be in a car that costs $10,000. The bottom line is you're black. So when they pull your ass over, I need you to act as such. You may not want to, but if you cannot, you do not need to get in a motherfucking car and drive out. You know how many people that I know that kids don't make it home at night because they made them live in that fantasy world that they forgot they was black because the neighborhood they live in and the situation they're in. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, and they don't realize that you still fucking black. And they pull over and get out the car, and they forget that they black. And when they stand out that bitch, they get fucking fucked up because the mama or the daddy didn't tell them when you get pulled over, nigga, you are black. You are a nigga at that point. So act accordingly so you can fucking come home. We don't prepare.
Sweetness, moms, let me tell you, with my son,
Shay knows
he is
because Shay
always
got a
identified as
son
black
that's
on his
driving
own
right now,
accord.
and
On his
he's
own accord.
dating, and I feel for her because every time he leave the house, and I feel when she be like, he
And
ain't
I'm
back
sure
yet.
she feels the same way because she has a
I
biracial child as well.
feel
Yeah.
what she's thinking because she know I just sent my son outside. I just sent him out there. I can't protect him when they pull his ass over.
Yeah, and that's why. Here's the thing,
Because
Sue,
Shay,
because you didn't
Shay,
grow
I
up
want to ask
being
you a
black.
question. You're in the same situation as I am, correct? I mean, you have a biracial child.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. I never had to fear about him because of his racial ambiguity that I do for my all black children. Like my son, I have an 18-year-old and I have a 16-year-old. And like she just said, my son leaves when he leave the house every day, and he's going here and going there and stuff. It's different. But see, here's the thing, Sue. What I was trying to say a minute ago. This is something that you are just now coming to this realization because you didn't have to grow up being taught the how to DWB, drive while black. We grew up with these conversations. Our parents gave it to us because their parents gave it to them, and so on and so forth. So you're just now coming into this reality.
Wait. Let me ask you. Can I ask you a question though, Shay? Let me ask you a question. I have a brother that's 3 years younger than me, that's been in and out of juvenile, and he's been to prison, and my brother is, this might sound kind of funny. We have the same parents. My mother's Korean, my father's Irish. He speaks fluent freaking Spanish. My brother, I could send you a picture of my brother, and he, as far as with even the women he messes with, they're like Dominican, Puerto Rican. Um, so I was trying to make a point. But like with my brother, I grew up. My brother. If you, I could send a picture to Bino and to you and to Sweetness, and you'll be like, "Damn, that's your brother, Sue?" Yeah, and he's Korean and white, but he identified with because we didn't have our mother in our lives. My brother's 3 years younger than I am, and even to this day, and it breaks my heart, but he's not close. He does not talk to my mother. You know, um, and it breaks my heart because my mother's hard-headed and he's hard-headed. And she feels like, oh, that's my son, he needs to come to me, kind of thing. And my brother is like, he's been, and I thank God that my brother is doing well because I have a niece. But yeah, so childhood was
But
as
I'm
far as
saying
my
your brother never had to grow up being black, so and y'all didn't know nothing about
shit,
him.
you might as
So
well call him Hispanic. I mean, Shay, I
it
could send
don't
you a
matter.
picture of my
Hispanic
brother.
is still, but see, you still
He's
missing the
Korean
whole
and
point.
white, but
It
what I'm
don't
saying,
matter. Listen to
yeah,
what I'm trying to tell you. Being Korean and white or Hispanic
okay.
is still not being a nigga. I don't know how, no other way to
I was
put it
just
to you.
gonna say we like yeah we all are y'all, they still consider minorities, I think, cause
Yeah,
y'all not white type
but
shit.
still,
So
they still have a more of a they closer to white privilege than we are. I put it like
yeah,
that.
I was
And
just gonna say never mind. I had to.
Really, even Hispanic is even like in
I don't know if you understand how the racial ethnicities, even the questions go.
well, with
It
my
says
brother, it's a whole different
but
story.
no, I'm
He
saying look at the
speaks.
question. The questions ask you, are you black, white, Hispanic,
Mhm.
this and that. Then it turn around and asks you, are you Latino? What they are saying is you can be a white Mexican. Do you
But let
understand
me
that?
let me let me just say this, Shay, and please don't laugh at my family. But my brother, he speaks, fluent. He don't know no Korean, and mind you, me and my brother have the same father and mother, but he's been in and out through the system. Even when I was growing up, going through juvenile or whatever, he went to prison. My brother speaks fluent Spanish. He don't
And
date nothing but Dominican, Spanish females. He speaks fluent Spanish. Like I'm gonna say, I should send you a picture of my brother.
but still,
And
that's yet and still
yeah,
but that just goes to say that proves my point. Like I said, my oldest child that looks Hispanic, that's half white and half black. I don't have to. I don't. I mean, I still, of course, I care about him, but I don't have the same worries as my son that's 18 that have locks as a black man, black man. You see what I'm saying? It's a whole different
mhm.
ball game. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When
Well,
you
with my brother, he doesn't identify with the Korean.
it ain't got nothing
Definitely
to
with
do
the
with
Korean culture.
yeah, it ain't got
This
nothing
is
to do
I'm
with
talking
you
about my
identify.
brother. I'm talking
I'm
about
saying,
my
but
brother. I'm not talking about my child. I'm talking
and but
about my
I'm saying,
brother.
but I'm
Yeah.
saying,
It's kind of
I'm saying,
crazy. Yeah.
perception is everything.
Yeah.
What the first thing they see when they look at you, my sons can't be racially ambiguous. The ones that are
Sure.
my oldest one, yeah, he could be Latino. You would have to guess. But when you see my 18-year-old and my
But you
16-year-old, you
you know
know
what's
they
funny
black.
about my
Bless.
brother? He don't like
You know
he
they black.
he dates Dominican women, Puerto Rican women. He speaks fluent Spanish. And mind
My
you, my
oldest
brother,
son,
let me just say this, and this is crazy, but my brother is Korean and white as far as his race, as far as his parents, but
Oh,
he speaks
oh,
fluent. My
but you
brother
can,
speaks
okay, so
fluent
check this out,
Spanish.
so you
but you
see
Yeah,
how
can
your
learn
son
Spanish.
he attracted to black girls because he
yeah,
identify more with
Dominican.
being, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
But
my
no,
black
see,
and
my
shit.
niece,
So
my niece Sierra, she's gorgeous. Yeah,
Break that
but see,
shit
here's the
down,
thing.
Bino. Break that
he's
shit
trying to be
down.
something
Thank
that
you.
he's not. He's
But
trying to. Oh, I'll never say that to my brother because he would. Yeah,
being incarcerated, he gonna learn Spanish if he fit it
it
in
ain't
more
even
with the
about.
essay.
Even
Because
before he was incarcerated, he had friends of.
but what I'm saying is, you not understanding what I'm saying.
They
He didn't
accepted
never
him.
fit in with the
Yeah.
black crowd, so he chose to fit in with the Hispanics because that's what you look Hispanic to me. I thought you was Hispanic. I'm just tell you. So
Me?
yeah, so you go by what you
Well,
fit
my
in
brother.
with.
I'm gonna send you a picture. I need to send you a picture of my brother. My brother.
You go by what you fit in with a lot of times because he wasn't able to go and hang out with the black dudes and say nigga because he would have
Yeah,
got his
because
ass
usually with Korean
whooped. He
white
would have
people
got fucked
or
up.
Asian people, they're other. My brother never identified as Korean, and that's why he doesn't talk to my mother today. You know what I'm saying? My niece
But here's the
Sierra.
thing, y'all was raised
Yeah,
by y'all white daddy though, right?
yeah. My father was
Exactly.
Irish. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
Irish.
but that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. That's white. You see what
he's
I'm
white.
saying?
Yeah.
Y'all.
Yeah. Hmm.
I mean, see how you said well, like it wasn't white.
Well,
It
I
sounds
mean,
like you
his
don't
family
identify
is
what you
Irish.
really
My
are.
father's from, my father was never, now as far as with my brother, he had problems with my brother, but you gotta understand, my mother left both of us when I was 10. My brother was, 7. He's 3 years younger than I am, and I remember my brother crying to me, when we were young, like, why did mom leave us? And my brother does not even talk to my mother today because he has been in and out the system as far as getting in trouble and things like this. I love
That
my
sounds like
brother.
he was
I,
traumatized by that.
I
It
love,
sounds like
yeah, hell yeah. I love my brother, and I
that
love my brother.
PTSD.
I love my brother. I don't give a fuck. I don't,
But what I'm saying
it's my
is,
brother.
they don't have to go
Yeah.
through. He can't relate to what your son is going through, even though that is his
No.
biological nephew. Because guess why? He's not black. That's the whole point I'm trying to break to you. You are just
Well,
now coming into a realization, and you
it's
are
it seems like
realizing.
it's like a culture thing, which you see,
Sounds like
like
a.
all
It
y'all
sounds
have
like a
all like it seems like you got all these cultures
Jerry
around you,
Springer
and you
episode.
vibe to like
Shit.
your culture or
Yeah.
something like that. Like how it seems like.
Yo, listen. So for me, okay.
I
So for
agree,
me,
Leo. That exactly. As
yeah.
far as he fitting in with the culture that he fit in with, because if you look at the population of the prison system, now this is what's gonna fuck your head up if you don't know anything about the statistics. Statistically, in the United States, black people are a minority. However,
Okay.
statistically, in the prison system, black people are the majority. Because
Majority.
why? They want to
Sure.
lock all the
Mhm.
black men up. That's what they want to do.
Sure.
Enslave them. And it's
I
just a
agree.
continuation of slavery. And that's why the amendment was
Mhm.
like that, because it says slavery is illegal with the exception of committing a felony. That's when slavery can be legal. Did you know that that's how
Okay, Shay. So let me ask you a question. Okay. Say for instance, we grew up together, right? Uh, and I didn't grow up in a military family. And say, for instance, me and you was school. I have one brother that's 3 years younger than I am, and he got into a lot of trouble with. I'm not gonna even say. I don't want to even put it on race or anything like this. He just got into a lot of fucking trouble. You know, with me, I still like, regardless of my mother leaving, and my brother took it harder than I did, honestly. And my father, he did not make enough. I mean, we didn't come from, you know, uh, a family of money, if you will. Um, and like, if I wanted to go to college, I would have to get a scholarship. But at the time, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just like, I just want to graduate from high school. My brother dropped out of high school. He got his GED when he was in prison.
But
And me and my brother,
you could have got
we
grants
lost
too
in
though. We had
we
got
lost
the
in contact.
scholarship.
Oh, but he identified more with the, Hispanic community, if you will, because my brother speaks fluent, but he, you
But
know,
do you understand why he identified more with the Hispanic culture? What I was trying to say before my phone kicked me out is
okay,
because of the statistics. After the black being the majority in prison, the next majority is Hispanic. Then you get white and Asian and stuff. There's not a
okay,
large population
yeah.
of
If you,
Asians and whites in prison, and that's the whole
you
point.
know what,
He
I'm gonna
chose.
send you a picture of my brother.
It's
with
not
his
what he.
daughter,
But see,
my daughter,
it's not what
with
he
my
looks
niece
like.
Sierra. No, you're gonna be like, yo, he don't look Korean. Like, well, my brother, he got
You don't either.
he
You
has
look
ta-
like a
no,
Hispanic.
he has tattoo. No, he has a couple of tattoos on his face.
The tattoos
Yeah.
don't mean nothing to what I'm trying to explain to you is
I
you
think
don't look Asian to me either.
What she's
Okay.
saying is, to mommy, quit identifying
Okay.
what culture somebody is supposed to identify themselves with based off of how they look. Because I have people confused about me, depending on how I wear my hair or whatever. And before I open up my mouth, they try to
You
put
Dominican. Actually, you know what? If I don't
no.
know,
But what I'm
you
saying,
could fall from Dominican. Yeah,
okay, right.
for
But what
sure.
I'm trying to say is,
Yeah.
quit trying to make people identify with who somebody should identify with based off of how they look. Because let's say Shay's son, her firstborn, their father is white and she is black, and he looks totally
Puerto
different
Rican
from
or
her
Spanish
melanated
or
skin. But what if he identifies more with her and her family? Even though he looks a certain way, does not mean that he's going to identify with that.
I'm just going by
Quit making it
general
about,
speaking.
I know,
Is
but
just
that,
from what I experienced.
but that's what I'm saying. We gotta be careful, not you, Sue Mommy. Because there's other people that's gonna
No,
see
me
this.
too. No. I'm included.
No. I know, but what I'm saying is I never do that because we all learning, we're all growing together. We have to be careful by putting people in categories based off of how they look and assume that that's what they identify with.
Sure.
Because that's not always the case.
And him knowing
Is what I'm
Spanish
saying.
is not that's not an anomaly.
Especially if Shay has a biracial. I wanted to ask you a question, Shay. Like, with your son being, I don't know his age or anything like this.
He's
but
26.
Oh, okay. So he's grown. He's a grown man.
Yeah, he grown.
Yeah,
He makes
exactly.
6 figures at his
So
job.
wait a minute, so Mommy, I want you to be clear.
And he dropped out of college.
Be clear with this. That is her biracial child, but she has other children that are not biracial. So even though you are connecting with her because you feel like, okay, she has a biracial child, so she can understand. She also have children that are not, because Shay is a black female, and she has children that are totally black, regardless of whatever you want to call
with the
it.
fact that she has a biracial child, and even with me, I don't consider myself like white. Like, if like with for instance with employment, for instance, I remember when I got my job, and I'm sure you've seen this also, Sweetness, where you can check like, okay, Pacific Islander, Caucasian, Asian, or I always check other. Regardless, that's how I identify, because I still identify. Granted, me and my mother, that's a whole nother story. But I didn't speak to my mother until I was 19, and but still, even in my high school years, and a lot of people was like, oh yeah, you're you're definitely you could tell you're Asian.
But see, you still are you're white adjacent. Maybe there.
Yeah, my father is white. He's Irish.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, honey. Not you maybe be getting it, but I'm trying to explain to you the reason why you're just now coming into a realization, and that's why it's pulling at your heartstrings so hard, because you're like, what am I supposed to do? My son is a black man in America.
It's not about me. It's about my son.
But you said what are you supposed to do? Your son is a black man in America, because you have had white privilege pretty much your entire life, and being white adjacent, you get white privilege. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I didn't grow up in the South. You know what I'm saying?
But
I don't know if that makes a difference.
The whole United States is racist as fuck. The whole United States is a racist fucking place. I don't know if you
I'm finna get ready to hop off, y'all. I'm gonna talk to y'all later on.
No, Bino, go ahead and put your input in before you go, because you haven't really said too much, and I really want to. Yeah, let's. Yeah, Bino, we've been going back and forth, back and forth, back and
So
forth. So
Bino,
I want to know Bino's opinion, because Bino is a young.
This is how amazing that people realize or don't realize. They think it's about
I love
the
me some
numbers,
Bino, by the way.
it's about the
You too.
fluid conversation. And we get caught up in this shit because what happened?
Exactly.
Did we not have an amazing conversation on the panel last night? We
Most
had
definitely.
an amazing conversation because we was all in here growing and learning together. It's not about who's present, who's not, or whatever. Whoop de whoop de whoop. All of that will come with time because the right people will get.
But regardless, I love me
This
some
is-
Bino, and I'm gonna defend me some Bino. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what anybody says. Like, I
And
love
my
Bino.
thing is,
I'm
we
rooting
ain't
for
got
Bino.
no motherfucking body in this live right now, but us four. But what y'all don't realize
exactly.
is because the
Sure.
content is fluid and organic, the
Yeah.
right people will get a hold to this shit, and the right people will see it, and the right people will gravitate to that shit, and that's how it starts. Y'all
Man, if
don't
somebody
get
says
it.
somebody about Bino,
Most
I'm
definitely.
gonna defend Bino, because
That
Bino.
ain't what I'm saying.
No,
Somebody.
it ain't nothing like
I'm
that.
speaking
We
on
talk
some
about
organic shit about how this live shit works. That's why I
Okay.
clicked the button, whether it's me just in here, because before Shay and Bino came in here, it was me and Sumami. And I didn't give a fuck. My message was gonna get out.
Well, no. You had another. I think it was one of your moderators, for instance. I think she was
But
in
what
here.
I'm saying is,
Yeah.
y'all, I'm trying to prove a point because I need it to be said now. So when this shit happens later on, y'all gonna say Sweetness spoke about this shit. Put your content out.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I love me
comes,
some Bino,
hold on.
and
I was gonna ask
Hold
you
on,
about
Mommy. Hold on, baby. 1 second. Put your content out. Put your message out. Believe in yourself. Speak your shit and speak your piece, because there's people outside of our circle that we haven't even touched on yet, that we haven't even met yet. The universe.
we had a great conversation.
Mm-hmm.
We had a great conversation
So what I'm
about
saying
PTSD and
is,
mental health yesterday.
people will pick up on this conversation and share this content and be like, wow, they talking some real shit over there. They talking about some real life shit.
Sure.
And that's how people start to tune in. Be organic, be unique, be real with who you are, and really speak from your heart. Then people will fucking come. Don't worry.
I'm speaking from my heart. Bino said he was gonna get off the stream, and I love Bino. You know what I mean?
Mommy. I'm saying,
I don't care if I'm on. I don't care who the fuck stream I'm on. You know.
Exactly. So I'm saying all this.
I'm gonna defend Bino.
Whether it's Bino, hold on, Sumami. Whether it's Bino, Shay, you,
that's my baby.
Anybody who comes in here.
That's our baby. That's our baby.
I know. Okay, listen to what I'm saying though. I'm trying to say to anybody that may get misconstrued by numbers or people.
And I think that's why Bino doesn't go live.
Wait, so mommy, give me a minute, baby. Give me a minute. What I'm saying is, if you really true and authentic and real about what it is that you do, and you know you're doing it for a bigger or greater purpose than yourself, then you click that button even when nobody's present. So then when people really come and they really be like, we fuss with you because you've been real, and from day one, it wasn't about the clickbait. It wasn't about none of that shit, because you was going live even when nobody was there. They gonna love you even more. You feel me?
Well, I don't go live, but you know, I support. I know. Like Sweetness, I support you. You know, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I support South Memphis. You know, just from speaking to her.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Let me. I'm not backtracking, but Shay was in that live and it came up.
Shay, I support her. Yeah. Okay.
And I'm not saying that I have never said that I do not fuck with South Memphis. All I said was when the shit came up in the live that night, I was gonna be unapologetic with what I felt because
Sure.
I've been sweetness. I've been, hey,
You've been
mom,
moms.
good
Yeah.
morning.
Sure.
And I always been the middle line between the gap.
And I
But when
respect
you
you.
push me and you back me in a corner, does not mean I'm not gonna come out swinging. So at some point, I have to stand for something. Or I'm gonna fall for any fucking thing. So when you come into my platform and now you trying to tell me how to run my shit because you and your feelings, all I'm gonna say is respectfully, then get the fuck out because you ain't gotta be here. It ain't that I don't love you. It ain't that I don't respect you. But if this ain't the place or space that you want to be, then don't fucking come in here.
Wait,
Because
when
I
all
gotta
this
keep it
happened? I've
100.
been gone a while.
I gotta
Wait.
keep it 100. So when
Okay.
that shit happened that night, it wasn't about me
I didn't
trying
see.
to make her feel
Sweetness,
any
I
type of
swear
way.
to God, I did not see what happened, what transpired between you and South Memphis, for instance. I didn't
Mm-mm.
see that. You know,
Wait a
I was
minute.
in your chat.
And fucking Leonard, old school, when I said the nigga was acting like he was on his period and Bino, Bino, do not leave yet. And Sue Mommy, do not leave yet because I want to
Yeah,
share
I don't
something
want
to
you
say.
to. Okay.
Y'all don't leave the live yet, and I ain't trying to be messy and I ain't trying to be petty. I just want to home in to something that Shay was not privy to. See, when she met old school Leonard, it was after we had left.
And let me say this. Let me say this. Let me.
Wait, so mommy, stay with me,
All right.
baby.
All
Stay
right,
with
babe.
me.
All
I
right.
promise. Stay with me.
I'll shut
I'm
up. I'm
going somewhere.
listening.
Stay with me, okay?
Go ahead.
She did not
Yeah.
meet. She did not meet old school when he was old school, and he was telling women in the other live, "You ain't shit," and blase, because he got a filthy mouth. Okay.
Sure
She
does.
wasn't present when he did a whole motherfucking live stream about moms and mourning. She wasn't present. So
So he
when
couldn't
he
have came on my shit if he had done did that.
Wait, he did a whole live stream about you?
People came back. Wait. This was when we was on the other platform and he was showing his credit score with his son. And I was challenging him because we was like, no, nigga, da. He did a live stream about all of us. But what I'm trying to say, my whole point of the matter is we know that he can be filthy when it comes to women. So now you in my life and you in your feelings. So all I say is, damn, did the nigga have a period?
The only reason I even reached out to let me just say this. The only reason.
Wait, Sue Mommy. All I'm saying is that was light work compared to what he done did with women. And I ain't justifying my thoughts. My thoughts was real and organic. I said that shit and I meant that shit. You act like you on a rag today, nigga. Did you get your period? Because you in my motherfucking live now acting some type of way. But because Shay never seen him be any other way but just talking about life and the military and different shit, she never experienced old school when he on his Budweiser and he don't give a fuck about women. He don't give a fuck about nobody in poverty and he feel like he better than everybody else. She never experienced him on that level. We have. So now you in my shit, and all I say is, nigga, you acting like your period on today. And Shay like, whoa, where this coming from, sweetness? So then,
subscribe to his channel, you'll know.
Wait. But hold on. South Memphis co-signing for this nigga because that's her boy, and they get down together. It's all good. So now you ain't your feelings and you trying to find an issue with me. So when I say fuck y'all, you ain't gotta be in here. That's what the fuck I meant. But at the end of the day, don't act like you been rocking with sweetness since day one. Because when the nigga platform we came from, when he was disrespecting women and you was key, it was all good. Then he done came on your platform and then key and disrespected women, and he was a motherfucking moderator on your shit, and you let him do it. It was all good.
Lord.
So don't come in and check me on my shit, because now I'm gonna speak up. So now that I'm speaking up, you like, oh, that's how you really feel? No, I'm saying how I feel right now. But I ain't got nothing against nobody. It's your choice. Rock, and be whatever you the fuck you want to be. But at the end of the day, don't come in my shit and try to tell me how to be and check me at the door when you need to sweep around your own motherfucking front door. Because if we gonna compare apples to apples, then this shit ain't equal right now. Because I'm gonna bring out the shit on y'all asses, and y'all ain't being equal right now. So that's all I was doing. They kept trying to get me to apologize for what.
Damn, I don't want to be. I don't want to be involved in the drama with that.
I'm not gonna motherfucking apologize for that.
I will say this. I will. Let me just say this. Sweetness.
It was not gonna happen.
You know, with Leonard and I, we both know a person that passed away. You know, we were both in the military, and I remember when he showed his wall. Initially, I was like, "Oh shit!" You know, I'll be honest with you. I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like, I know this person, and once the division happened with the other channel, you know, I was like, you know, Leonard, I know this person, and he was like, and I didn't want to really speak about the person. I didn't really want to speak about the person on the phone.
And I don't want you to speak about neither one of those people, but I want you to speak about when motherfuckers come into your shit and you trying to keep the peace and be what the fuck you trying to be, and now they trying to check you at the door like you supposed to always be the line in the middle and keep everything hunky dory. No, the fuck no. Today
I don't agree. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. With Leonard, and he knows this, I don't agree with half of what he says. But the fact that we knew somebody, like we actually knew a person, I actually I spoke to him on the phone, you know, about this person, because I didn't want to speak to, you know, him, you know, speak about this person, because I didn't want to, you know, put it on Front Street, you know, off of the internet, you know. So that was my connection with Leonard. You know what I'm saying? And regarding South Memphis,
again, I'm gonna say this. I don't have y'all gotta understand the type of person that I am, and this ain't no.
No, I don't agree with half of the shit that he says either. That's why I don't talk to him on the phone anymore. You know,
I'm saying this some real organic shit. This is some motherfucking live streaming fucking shit. If Leonard talk about me tomorrow, the next fucking day, if you talk about me for 30 fucking days, I'm still gonna be who in the fuck I am when I get off of here. Which is not Sweetness, it's somebody else. And that's who the fuck I am. But I am authentically on this bitch.
Has he ever spoke to you? Has he ever spoke to you? Because I've never seen him. I'm actually subscribed to his channel, and I've never heard him say anything about you. Just to be 100% on it.
He has in the past, and he denied it when I brought it out on my live. But it's okay, because at the end of the day, even if he does it, it's not going to change who I am. I'm never going to.
And I don't agree with half of what he says, and he knows this.
Okay, right. So my character is my character. It has nothing to do with anybody else. Like South Memphis, I have nothing against that woman. But do I feel like at times she has been misguided, misled, and have made the wrong decisions based off of some influences? Absolutely. And do I feel like there was times that she should have had our back as a woman and being an influencer with certain people, and you should have stood the fuck up? Absolutely. And she did not. and I never spoke about it. But then when you gonna call me out about my shit, then I need to call you out about your shit. That's when we need to have a fluid conversation. Because you can never call me out about my transgression when we don't get to talk about yours. If we gonna talk about it and we gonna respectfully admit
Have you guys had a
then we gonna
one-on-one
admit our
conversation
fault.
off of the internet? Just
Absolutely.
curious.
That's what I'm
Oh,
trying to
okay.
tell you,
Gotcha.
Mommy. I am
Sure.
a real individual. Let
Of
me tell you
course.
something.
Sure.
Let me tell you something about me. The camera ain't got nothing to do with who I am. Who I am is who I am. On
Right.
this bitch, off this bitch, I am her all day, every day. If I
Sure.
got a problem with you, I may not say that shit on camera, but when I talk to you on the phone, you gonna know it because we gonna express that shit. Now, whenever we get in front of the camera, you wondering, well, I thought they just had a problem, but they smiling, and y'all think that's some fake shit. No, that's some shit that y'all didn't see because we already been talking and we good because we realized, okay, I made a mistake. I was in my emotions. I said some shit. You said some shit. Okay, let's talk about it. That's
Sure.
why I'm telling y'all, I have no bad blood with South Memphis. But do I feel like she hasn't not always made the best decisions when it came to certain things that she should have stood up for? She did not. Like Bino, he always stood up for us. I have watched her allow that man, the platform we came from, be on her live and disrespect other women, and she was sitting in there quiet on her platform. This your house now. This your house. And you allow that man to get in the box and threaten and disrespect women, but you say you don't stand for that?
I think you and South Memphis should have a conversation.
No, we
You know.
have. Okay, Sue Mommy. This
I
is
know.
not
I know. You
about
said you
South
had a
Memphis.
conversation.
Hold on. Because she may come back and listen to this. This is not about me making it about me and South Memphis beef. I got her number. I can call her right now, and she gonna show
Sure.
me some motherfucking love. Straight up. We good. Do not make it about that. I want you to be clear on what the fuck my message is. If I say I fuck with Bino and a nigga coming here tonight and Bino is in my motherfucking panel and I let that nigga spread, like try to go at Bino and it's my room, I'm supposed
Yeah,
to
it's gonna be a problem.
Remember that night,
Sure.
Sumami, when that Negro we came in my panel and I let him up and it was my mistake. I let him up because somebody
Because I
asked me
feel
to
the same
let.
way about. I mean, granted, I don't know why, but I feel the same way about
Hold
how
on,
you feel about
Sumami.
Bino,
Hold on,
for sure.
Sumami. But it was a certain
1000%.
individual in the live that said, take that nigga down. And I took it down.
Man, fuck that.
But guess
Yeah.
what? No. I took him down because it wasn't about me giving him a voice. It was about, you don't need to be a part of this and what we got going on. We don't want to hear your voice no more. So whenever your friend, remember the one that's in the wheelchair?
Yeah, of course. Somebody's sitting there talking shit about Bino. No, fuck that. No, absolutely
No.
not.
I'm not talking about Bino. Remember when the dude panel that we came from, he came in my live.
Yeah.
Because
He was a hater. He was a hater on Bino, period. I mean, let's just keep that real.
But understand what I'm saying. If it's your platform,
That's a whole nother story.
and you are trying to
Sure.
have a certain narrative, then you are not going to allow certain people to come in and affect that narrative. And I felt fucked up because I did let him up. I let him up because the person was like, let that nigga up. Let me talk to him. And my dumb ass like, click. Okay, let's sit here and see.
Yeah, well, that's
have a normal, healthy
we
conversation.
love Bino. You love Bino. I love Bino. And of course, I don't care. I don't give a fuck whose stream I'm on. You know, as far as talking about Bino, I'm not gonna hear it.
I was not talking about Bino right now. I was talking about somebody else.
Yeah,
All
I know
I'm
exactly who you're talking about.
I
Yeah,
say exactly. So
yeah,
my whole point of the matter is, if
yeah.
you're
Fuck
in
him.
somebody else, if you are in
He's a
somebody else's house,
hater. Yeah,
hold on. If you're in somebody else's house and they
sure.
are saying, this is what I allow, I don't allow, this is what I want to talk about, this is not what the fuck I want to talk about, this is the
Vino
issue I
ran
want
that
to address.
channel when I
Hold
was on
on.
there.
Hold
Yeah,
on. And this is what I want to address or don't want to
I don't care
address.
how young
This
he
is
is.
now, this is now at the end of the day, this is motherfucking Sweetness Live. Y'all are motherfucking tuned in. If y'all don't like the narrative, if y'all don't like the motherfucking conversation, everybody got a button and it got an X at the top. You
No,
exit the fuck
Sweetness, I want
out.
to stay on your live. I want to
I
listen.
know,
Okay,
no. Screw mommy. I'm saying that to prove a point. You
okay,
cannot come in somebody else's house and tell them how to run their house. When I'm in
sure.
Bino Live,
And
whatever
even
Bino
with you,
talking
and
about,
even with you,
whatever.
Sweetness, on that other people's platform. I mean, I'll give an example. I stayed on the platform just hearing your voice and just how respectable you were to other people, and they asked you questions, and just the advice that you gave, not just about your son, but just about life. You know,
Right.
and I was like, wow, she's granted,
And
I don't know
and
this woman,
listen,
but she's
Screw
she's
mommy.
amazing. You know what I mean? And I'm
I
sure a lot
totally
of
get
people
it. But
felt like
listen,
that. Yeah.
okay, but listen, right now I'm really trying to home in on the point. When I go in Bino Live, a lot of times Bino probably like, why
We
Sweetness
don't
so
have.
quiet?
He been
Wait, wait,
live
wait,
forever.
wait. No. Listen to my point though, Sue.
Okay.
When I'm
Yeah, I
in
gotcha.
Bino house, I go in Bino house. And Bino respectfully allows us to be however we want to be. However,
Yeah, he
it's
respects you.
wait a minute, but it's his platform. So
Hmm.
I pay attention to the vibe, what my position or place should be. And even though he ain't never placed me there because he got mad fucking love and respect for all of us, I sit
Hmm.
back because I say to myself, okay, I am a different individual. I am a mature individual and I'm coming from a different space and place. But I want to see Bino flourish and grow on this shit. So he needs to attract
Me
more
too.
people in his age group and in his environment. And I just need to support that. I need to be back in the cut and
You got a lot of
support.
aunties or a lot of older
Exactly.
sisters, you know.
So listen. So my thing is, I'ma sit back. I ain't gonna say much, and it ain't that I can't say
Yeah.
much. I don't need to say much because I need to be in the cut to help support Bino. Now, when I
I
go
love me
on
some
Shade
Bino, man.
Live,
Bino, when you go live again, baby?
hold on, Sue.
I'm gonna go
But
live soon.
okay, so then
You've been saying that
I go
for
on Shay Live, and Shay talks about whatever Shay talking about. But
sure. Hmm.
what do I do, Shay? I tell you at the end of the day, this your life. What's your narrative? Where you going with this? I gotta respect your house. And when motherfuckers start disrespecting other people's houses, you need your own house.
Yeah, it's not
Because
cool.
if it ain't
Sure.
your house, you can't come in somebody else's shit and tell them how they supposed to run their shit. You gotta
Hmm.
get the fuck out. I ain't about to go in nobody else's house and tell them how they need to be. When I'm in that
Sure.
motherfucker, I gotta respect your house. So even when they left my live and it wasn't so pleasant, and they went to Shay Live and I felt like that shit was getting out of hand, I left because that's her house. That
Sure.
shit ain't
Hmm.
supposed to be carried over from my house to her house. That's her house. But either way, I'm good because it's petty to me. Let me tell y'all, I don't wear my emotions on my sleeves. And when people take that shit to bed and they make it bigger than what the fuck it is, are y'all for real right now? I know you fucking lying. Like my
Right.
sister-in-law say, I know you fucking lying. Because you cannot be taking that shit for real. Are you
Sure.
really taking this shit for real?
Believe it or
Because
not, some people probably are though.
But they need to
Sweetness,
let that
for
shit
sure.
go. It's
I
so fucking
know.
dumb. It's stupid.
Especially
Bye.
whether it's internet or not, it is
It's
what it
just
is,
dumb. It's dumb as
unfortunately.
fuck to me.
Yeah, sure.
It's so fucking dumb. Like, how could you take that shit so seriously? I won't ever
You
meet your
gotta
ass.
let that shit be, man.
Let
That's
that
what I
shit
did.
At
I
the
go.
same
just let
time, I'm
shit
not
be.
gonna
It's
lie. Like,
okay.
if I was on a
Exactly.
panel and say, for instance, if somebody said something about like for instance, like I'll give an example. Bino, for instance, if somebody says something about him, I'm gonna. Granted, he may not be on live or be on the internet or even care, but I'm gonna be like, yo, don't you don't need don't say anything about him. And even with you, Sweetness, if somebody was to say something about you or Shay or
But
even South Memphis, for
I'm gonna say this
instance,
to you though. There's a beef sector on this motherfucker. There's a whole life that you may not understand that happens on this bitch. And Shay, thank you, Holy Spirit, because I'm about to let Shay speak to this.
Well, this
Hold on.
internet is
Wait,
crazy.
I want y'all to be clear with what you walking into. Because when you decide to stand up for Bino or me, which I ain't never telling you to do unless you really prepare for that shit. Because the minute you type a comment or say that you rocking with me or you fucking with me, even though you don't go live everywhere you go, you got haters now. They on your ass because you said.
So what? Who cares? Just words.
No. Okay. So stand by that shit. Because Shay, do you want indirectly to share how deep this shit goes? You rock with somebody, you on a live, you on a panel, and now
that's why I can understand Bino why you haven't been live in a minute. Honestly.
Yeah, this shit weird. This shit
it's weird.
weird.
It's hella weird.
Weird.
It's weird.
Real weird.
And he's young and he realizes.
Hold on. They need to get a whole life in a motherfucking bag, right, Bino? I love you.
Man, this shit, these niggas is weird. The niggas ain't got no lives outside of it. It's like people live for this shit. It's hella odd to me. So I just have to stay out the way.
You know what's crazy?
I do my thing. I stay out the way.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like with the old
card right here, what that say? What the fuck that say?
Yeah, 8,000
what the fuck it say? And what the fuck my company name say on that bitch?
What's up?
8 motherfucking thousand fucking
can't even see that
under my motherfucking business name. That's what bitches need to be talking about. What this card say right here? 1 in a million too? How much? What's the credit line on that motherfucker?
Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, and look, if I fan my motherfucking shit out, it's cause they double in this motherfucker. But I'm just saying to say that's what the fuck we need to be talking about. How in the fuck we gonna elevate each other in 2022 as individuals? We need to have fucking plug talk around this bitch. What you know, what I don't know. Let's help elevate each other. I'm so sick of people focusing on the wrong fucking shit, and y'all wonder why we ain't better. When Sue Mommy talked about, I grew up in
but you know what?
But that don't mean that we gotta stay that
Sweetness,
way.
but this
I
is
am not the person that I am just for me. I just brought a motherfucking Range Rover. Did I buy
I'm handling my business too.
Somebody my shit? I bought that shit because at the end of the day, me and Shay talk about it every day. I want to do a motherfucking live where we talk and I can really tell y'all how I've been doing this shit. Because you are no better if you are not trying to elevate nobody else. It ain't just about you. I ain't doing this shit
exactly. Exactly. That's like even with the credit card
shit.
thing.
I want to help y'all with this shit. And it's easy because somebody told me. I didn't know.
But you remember also, Sweetness, also that's like even like I don't even mind like sharing any information to anybody. If I can help somebody out, I don't give a damn. Like remember we talked about
passion. That's my.
But you know what? At the same time, it's the internet. You know what I mean? It's the internet.
I don't care. But guess what? The The internet is
Unfortunately,
the fucking metaverse. So the
There is
internet
an
is where we
intersection
need to
of
be sharing
real
this
life and
shit.
the internet. There's actual intersection of that in case people don't realize it because
And I want to
what
fucking help people.
if
I
what you
want
do
to tell you
online
how
can
I
help
was
you in
able
your
to
real
do that
life, that
shit.
shit is real. But if what you doing online is on some fuck shit and it can't help you advance yourself in real life, you wasting your time, your breath, and you might as well just get off the damn internet and sit down and shut the hell up. Because
sure.
Right.
people not doing for what they supposed to do. That's like if any kind
And
of
I
information that
honestly want to give that to people. And we should all want to give that. If you feel like that you are blessed and it's all about you, then you missed the whole point of being here. You are
Sure.
blessed to be a blessing. That means
that's
But you know
if you
what?
have
Like
been
these
given
big channels,
anything,
like for instance, I'm
always
sure they
bless
have,
somebody.
you know, I mean, let's just keep it real. It's the internet, and you know, it it is. I mean, like even with like people that have like, I don't care if you have 1 million subscribers. There's people that's not gonna agree with you, for instance.
Right.
You know,
I agree.
because
But
of
guess what? I'd rather be on this bitch and help the people that want to be helped. That means somebody is going to click in and they are trying to figure out how to build business credit. And I'm going to talk about it. And they are going to follow the blueprint to help them.
I'm gonna tell you this.
I was
There's a
not
woman.
designed to help everybody, but I am designed to help somebody.
But
Because
listen,
I
I
don't
saw a
believe
video.
that God, the universe, and my ancestors gave me that blessing only for me. He
But
gave
listen,
it and entrusted it in me to share that shit with somebody else. It wasn't all for me.
y'all just believe this.
If
I
you
want
thought
y'all
it
to
was
hear this
all for
shit.
you got it fucked up in this
Y'all
world.
listen. I'm trying to tell y'all something. Before I checked to see if Sweetness was live, tell me why I got a video that came to my in my algorithm, and it told me it was this dude on there that I usually watch his videos and be like, oh, this is a pretty profound type situation. He always be on his help black people get ahead type shit, right? Tell me why he promoting this black chick. He like this time I never heard of and all this and that. And I'm like, okay, let me hear what he talking about. Let's find out what it is. Tell me why in the fuck the video was about all she did was pulled up USA spending, showing like all of the amounts of the government contracts and stuff and
Oh, go ahead, Shay.
and the duration of the contracts and stuff. Tell me why in the hell they claim that they want to help poor people, right? They talking about they trying to shoot. The woman was like, "Yeah, I want to help people and this and that," and I got a class that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do an 8-hour class or something like that to show people, like the ins and outs and how to get these government contracts and this and that. And she was like, yeah, because I'm all about helping the poor and stuff because this war in Ukraine and the stuff that we be getting taught, this stuff is really, it's all designed for the wealthy and the rich and all of this and that, yada, 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 yada. And so she went through this big fucking spiel about all of this shit. And then she turned around and said that she got limited slots. She got 30 slots that she gonna help 30 people this week learn how to get government contracts. And guess what the hell she said she fucking charging?
What?
A fucking $1,000 a person. So she's trying to come up on 30 racks real quick. So she gonna say, I know this bitch lost her
But
mind.
guess
She thinking
what?
how people got their income tax returns.
I can send y'all ass to the SBA website and you can fucking have a whole webinar in one day to learn the same shit she trying to charge you for.
Exactly.
You see what I'm talking about? Some free shit you trying to charge motherfuckers for. That's dumb as fuck to me. I don't respect that.
And I said, this bitch here, she done showed the fuck out. And I was like, I don't even respect the dude for putting her on his motherfucking channel. He got 259K subscribers. And it's gonna be 30 dummies, bless their heart, that pay
Now
that
my
fucking
thing
$1,000.
is, if you got a unique plug on some shit that nobody else know about, you didn't get that shit for free, and you had to pay for it, then by all means charge everybody
That's
else.
a different
But
thing.
if
But
it was some free shit, some free plug that you got, how in the fuck you gonna try to monopolize on that shit now and charge people for that? That's
I
fucking
said
wrong.
$1,000, so she is talking about she only gonna let 30 people come in, bitch, please, cause you gonna make that 30 racks. And if it's more people that's willing to pay that, I promise you, if it's 60 people willing to pay $1,000, she ain't finna turn their ass down. That only 30 slots bullshit is just to try to make people feel like they need to hurry up
It's
and
just
send their
like
damn money and pay.
Bino.
It's reverse psychology and
Bino,
shit.
that
Huh?
card that you just showed, did somebody give you that information for free, or did you have to pay for knowing how to get that business credit
Oh,
card?
I got the info for free.
So you got to pay it forward.
Oh, you talking about like for the card?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So my thing is, Bino, I mean, I ain't telling you what to do, but at some point it's gonna be people that come through that's like, okay, I see it and it looks great, but how did he do it? And the fact that somebody was willing to be open with you and to share the information, that's the blessing that you are to somebody else. You do a live and tell them the steps that it took for you to get there. Tell them the steps that it took for you, your credit score to get where it is. All of that. And guess what? The only thing that's going to happen to you is you're going to get even more blessings and doors open for you. You
Just like,
may not
remember,
get monetary blessings at the moment from sharing it, but in your present future, when you need a door open, it opens because of what you did in your past.
and just
It's
like I
not
remember
about the
me.
people.
Remember the conversation we had, Sweetness, when you was asking me about you trying to make sure how to on the timing of the credit cards of when to have it where the report to look the best and help you on your credit report.
Mhm.
That's the
Exactly.
information that some people try to charge people. I'm gonna do a live about it actually, but and I'm not gonna be trying to charge nobody. That shit there really just is mind blowing that these motherfuckers get out here and learn a little bit of information, and then you want to fucking make it be, oh, I got a class and I'm gonna teach this right here, girl. Bye, sit your ass down somewhere. Talking about some fucking $1,000 a person.
So
I know
my
damn
thing
well
is,
if 100 people try to
we all gotta be blessed to be a blessing. So at the
so
end of the day, when I just showed what I showed online, I
I
wasn't
didn't get to
showing it
see it.
supposed to. Oh,
I had
okay.
stepped out the room. I didn't see what you showed though.
I was showing
But
my just my gas cards that was equal up to $10,000 in just gas cards. Okay, but
uh-huh.
I wasn't showing that to boast or brag. I'm showing that to say if I was able to get it, there's a blueprint. Somebody told me, and I don't have a problem with telling you. It's just
Right.
a matter if you
And did
willing
you
to
go? Did
listen
they
to
tell you
learn
for
and go
free?
into it.
Did they tell you for free, or did you have to pay them a band?
For free. So
Exactly.
I be fucking like I'm not about to fucking charge nobody for some shit that I got for free either.
Yeah. And so also, so I'm gonna ask y'all this. So out of the man 259,000 subscribers, do y'all think that she said she got only 30 slots? Do y'all think if 200 people try to join, y'all think she gonna turn down that 200 bands, or she gonna goddamn me be like, y'all come on?
She about to take that back.
She about to goddamn me tell them make it rain on me, goddamn it, and I'm like, girl, that people don't even realize. Somebody put in the comments, they was like, they said something about she know how to do marketing and stuff. Of course, you hit on the dopamine receptors and tell somebody a feel good story. make them feel like I did it, you can do it too. Even if you overhyping it up, knowing that it was an anomaly for you to even get like the different stuff that you can. You find some information out online that can halfway support your basis of what you're trying to say, even if it doesn't align 100% of it, and show if it just aligns a little bit and shows where it's possible to do it and to get the money. And that hits on people dopamine receptors. And then also, unless people don't know, at this point in time, it's a lot of people that are getting income tax refunds. So yeah, the people that's trying to get rich quick scheme, they don't mind. They don't mind giving a band out of their 10 band income tax return because they got 3 kids to try to glow up, and then still get fucked out their money because it ain't shit this girl can goddamn show you for $1,000 to get government contracts. But she's showing, see, this industry, they got this many $1 trillion over a 20-year period of contracts and stuff. And these people right here, they got all of this money. And if you don't have a business, I will help you start a business. Girl, it's not that hard to write a business plan and get a fucking tax ID number and shit and get an LLC and do a DBA. It's not that hard, but people don't apply themselves to learn how to do it and stuff. So yeah, they go to attorneys and accountants and stuff to open up this stuff and start it for them. At whereas an attorney gonna charge you $800 on up just to do a business plan and shit. But if somebody is trying to do it, that $1,000. Baby girl, if you ain't no attorney or no accountant or nothing, you need your ass whooped for trying to sell this hood goddamn pass or this hood dream of coming up, and like they just finna hit a lick like it's some dope money that they trying to goddamn double, and just making people have oh damn bingo burnt out, and just giving these people, these false expectations. Like she did it so horribly to make people think. She never once said, out of these business loans right here, I got one for this amount. I got one for that. This contract and stuff, not loan contract. I secured a contract with the government for this, because either way it goes, if you want a contract with the government, you're gonna have to submit proposals and be able to know how to write out. That's just like even if you decide to get, if you're trying to get some government donations for a nonprofit, you're gonna still have to be able to write. Yeah, exactly. And if you're not able to do that, then knowing that that's what you do to do it is not going to be of any assistance to you.
And that's what I'm saying.
If you don't know how to write a grant proposal, knowing that all you do is write a grant proposal and get it approved by the government is not going to fucking help you. And that's why people need to break things down to people. But that's a part of the hustle. When you out here hustling people, you're not going to tell them, I'm just hustling you.
But now I could say this though, Shay. That's the part that maybe you should get paid for, because that ain't for free.
Oh yeah, grant proposals and stuff for damn sure. But I'm saying she ain't doing that. She ain't doing no nothing like that. This heifer is just, of course, if you do grant proposals, that's like a legit thing. You can charge for that. You can charge. I was actually gonna do a grant proposal for this company until they pissed me off, and this is a long story. They tried to.
Yeah, because that right there is something extra. That ain't no free shit that you can find.
But I'm saying, but that's writing a grant proposal. That's what I'm saying. She ain't doing nothing but trying to tell people how to establish a company, as in getting them a tax ID number. It takes all of 3 to 5 minutes to get a fucking tax ID number.
Exactly.
Like
that's clickbait. That's clickbait. I've done
several tax ID numbers for people. Like, it's not hard at all to do. So that's what I'm saying.
That's free shit.
But she is making people thinking that it's something totally different, and it's ridiculous. I ain't still hung up with you, damn. Okay, then. Good night. But yeah, it's not hard at all to do. But these people, it's crazy, like how people just be on some more shit. Some motherfucking more shit. just telling people anything because you know they hard up or gullible trying to get it. And then she also tried to invoke this fear tactic with it, and through the situation with Russia and Ukraine into it too about possible impeding war and this and that. What the fuck do that have to do with you helping somebody start a business? See, you just trying to. I just don't like when people trying to get over on people, and we all know the people that they gonna get over on is the people that definitely need their damn money and don't need to be giving it to her motherfucking ass. She not getting over on the wealthy. She getting over on the damn poor and misinformed. I'm not gonna call nobody dumb or slow. They just misinformed, and she don't give a damn. You still on big on?
Not my shit about last year. Weird.
Hey, Gabby.
How you
Feeling good. What you doing over there, Queen?
Am I lagging?
No.
Okay, I'm not. Okay. My shit, like looking at it, it's like lag.
You look beautiful.
Okay, for sure. I know that very well.
Listen, I need to be a recruiter because I got my girl Shay Jim Dropper on my other live over here. And she just created a big old account, right, Shay?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I need her to become a part of the agency. But I need to be a recruiter first because I'm trying to make sure my bag glow up and grow up too. Period.
So I'm gonna text you the details because I do not have a specific recruiter. I do all my stuff on my own right now, so I do not have a recruiter right now. So you will probably be my first recruiter actually. So I'll text you like as far as like pay wise, how I pay my recruiters, how I would pay monthly. It's not a one time fee; it's a monthly. A lot of agencies do a one time fee, but I do my shit monthly. Okay. So I can text you that details and all that stuff so we can, get her on board.
That's what's up. And I got a couple of more people. I'm like, oh, I got a whole list. But Shay, you'll have to come over here because I need you to understand and experience Gabriella. I call her Gabby. We call her Gabby, but her agency is legit. But you got to come over and experience it because it got to be something organic that you want to be a part of. And boom, I think she already gonna be down with it because me and her, that's my Aries twin, so she gonna be straight. I'm just saying.
Absolutely. How do you become an admin? Are you talking about like being an admin in my room, or are you talking about being an admin in my agency chat? Are you talking about a moderator admin, like behind the scenes of bingo?
Oh man, my damn cilantro froze.
Okay, so they are for the agencies. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Will, you're a recruiter, aren't you? Aren't you a recruiter? Okay. How many people do you be recruiting? You recruit
Shay. So this was another amazing live that we had tonight.
Yeah, and I wanted to highlight you about these lives too. I had an idea.
Okay. You can call me.
I can say I don't want to do it on live. I want it to be, behind the scenes. I had to have some thoughts on some things that I feel like it'll be pretty cool for the both of us.
That's what I'm trying to tell them. Don't get caught up in the numbers, baby.
Right. Okay, then. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and
what I missed?
Like 2 hours, 3 hours ago, girl. He was singing, blew the fucking stage up.
I should have been here, baby. Who is he?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Will. Okay. I'm gonna hold on. Let me just hold on.
What you say, Shay?
Before
I said, yeah, I'm finna get off of here and I'm gonna call you
Yeah,
real quick.
I'm about because I'm on my big old live and I'm about to be in here with them.
Okay. Oh, but you on your you on your phone on Bigo or your computer?
Yeah, I'm on my big old on my phone. That's why I was talking to her about
okay,
you.
okay,
Because I'm in her
okay.
room.
Well then, so we can talk real quick without going messing up your Bigo live since you're on your phone on Bigo. That's why I was trying to see which one you was on Bigo with on the computer or whatever. Can you end the stream and then we talk backstage on StreamYard?
Yeah, let me see.
Chill, I ain't gonna hold y'all. He do. He can blow.
But you got